This is BBC World News. I'm Matthew Amreliwala. Our top stories. A final goodbye to George Floyd as his funeral gets underway in Houston 2 weeks after he was killed. This is the scene at the Fountain of Praise Church, where civil rights leader Reverend Al Sharpton will deliver the eulogy.
As George Floyd is laid to rest, his death is already changing the debate about police reform and social justice for African Americans.
The Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden expresses his condolences and says George Floyd's family are encouraged by the unity among protesters.
They were telling me that, guess what? All the young white men and women marching with young black men and women, almost as many, it's going to change. There's hope.
Hello and welcome to BBC World News. A funeral service for George Floyd, whose death at the hands of US police officers sparked protests across the world, is about to get underway. 500 people have gathered at the Fountain of Praise Church in Houston, family, friends and invited guests. On Monday, thousands of people paid their respects at a memorial service in the city where Mr. Floyd grew up. The Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden has met with George Floyd's relatives to offer his sympathies. Let me just take you to the live pictures coming to us from inside that church, and already many members of the family and friends and invited guests have gathered. We're not that far away from the start of this funeral service, and outside the church is our correspondent Jane O'Brien. So let's talk to her for the next few minutes. And Jane, after thousands took part in that memorial yesterday, a smaller, more private gathering.
It's hard to describe it as private, though, Matthew, when you think that the eyes of the world will still be on George Floyd and this final remembrance service, because, of course, it will be streamed and there will be 500 invited guests. You can see the steady stream of buses and limos that are pulling up and leaving behind me. That's the guests and the family members arriving. The family, I believe, are already inside. And it's really quite odd to be saying a final farewell to George Floyd, because he has dominated the headlines here in the US. He has been the catalyst of America's troubled race relations that for so long have remained stagnant and static. And now protesters really hope that his death will mark a changing point in those relations, that something will happen. Police reform, social justice for African Americans, new legislation, the list goes on and on. So even as we're here for the final remembrance and the funeral service, it's hard to imagine George Floyd actually fading from anybody's memory anytime soon, as his legacy will continue.
And Jane, you touched upon it, because this is the culmination of 2 weeks of protests that have gone around the world, with so many hoping that finally this is a moment of real change we're about to see.
And this, of course, is the challenge, because there have been other deaths of African American men at the hands of white police. There have been calls for change before. So what makes this different? That continues to be the big question. And what protesters tell me, what mourners here yesterday were telling me, is that it's the way he's united many Americans, white Americans, black Americans, Americans from all ethnicities, all political persuasions, to acknowledge that there is something wrong and something needs to happen. And that hasn't happened before. You can see it in the polls. A majority of Americans now believe that George Floyd died because he was black. 2 years ago, only 30-odd% believed that that would have been the case. So things already have changed.
All right, Jane O'Brien there in Houston. For now, thanks very much. Well, the Democratic US presidential candidate Joe Biden has said the late George Floyd will change the world Following a private meeting with Mr. Floyd's family in Houston in Texas to offer his sympathies, Mr. Biden told CBS News his death was one of the great inflection points in American history. He also rejected calls to defund US police departments following the move by the Democrat-run Minneapolis City Council to dismantle its own police force. President Trump has accused Mr. Biden and the Democratic Party of being controlled by the radical left. This, though, is what Mr. Biden told CBS.
No, I don't support defunding the police. I support conditioning federal aid to police based on whether or not they meet certain basic standards of decency and honorableness and, in fact, are able to demonstrate they can protect the community and everybody in the community.
Why do you think George Floyd's death is a wake-up call for this nation?
Well, when people saw George's face being pushed against with his nose almost being broken and being held on for 8 minutes and 42 seconds, whatever it was exactly, they said, oh my God, this is happening. And all the people coming forward. But you know what they told me? They told me how they were encouraged by the fact that the protests here in Texas and other places, they were telling me that, guess what, Mr. Vice President? All the young white men and women marching with young black men and women, almost as many, it's going to change. There's hope. They have hope.
Well, that was the message from Joe Biden. Let me take you back to the church because already you can see it is relatively full, so I don't think we're that far away from the funeral service actually commencing. Of course, a huge capacity inside the Fountain of Praise Church, but only 500 guests, invitation only, will be there. Normally it has a capacity of around 2,000, but with coronavirus, with social distancing, they've decided to limit that number to 500. But family, friends and the invited dignitaries all going to be there. We're going to have a eulogy from Reverend Al Sharpton a little later, and the attorney that's represented the family, Benjamin Crump, also there and will also speak during this final funeral service. So those the pictures there, and obviously we'll return to Houston here in the next few minutes, just as soon as that funeral service commences. Well, on the day of George Floyd's funeral, a controversial Confederate statue has been removed from its public plinth in Louisville in Kentucky. There had been several attempts over recent years to remove the statue of John Breckinridge Castleman, who served as a major in the Confederate Army. A court judge gave the go-ahead for its removal on Friday. It comes amid media reports that the US Secretary of Defense is open to renaming army bases named after Confederate leaders of the American Civil War. The bases are all in states which fought for the right to uphold slavery in the 19th century. Now, tens of thousands of people around the world have been protesting against the death of George Floyd. For many, it's reminded them of the issues they face in their own countries, including their own personal experiences of racism. The BBC Minute's Cash Jones has this report.
I'm grieved and I'm hurt being a black New Zealander.
George Floyd did not deserve to die.
Even though we weren't physically in the U.S., our hearts are.
We just want to be treated equally.
The death of George Floyd has affected loads of us. Many of you have seen the video in the US of a white policeman kneeling on the neck of George Floyd. He was an unarmed black man. I've been seeing thousands of people protesting against police brutality and racism.
So I wanted to find out why black communities around the world have taken to the streets. Tens of thousands of New Zealanders have come out in support of the Black Lives Matter movement. Masber Q helped organise some of them.
Growing up, I was called the N-word. I was discriminated against and was profiled by police. And us as a nation, we're benefactors of black culture in so many ways, so I think we have an extra obligation on top of the basic humanitarian one to stand up for injustice.
Mika Clifford is originally from America, but now lives in Berlin.
Get up and do something!
She organised a march to the US Embassy.
Here in Germany, I came for school and I was told that to constantly perform pieces about the injustices that African Americans face would put me in a box, as if it was a bad thing. Seeing that video of George Floyd triggered a lot in me, and it has really hindered my ability to sleep. And that's why I decided to organize the event.
In France, some have drawn similarities between the death of George Floyd and Adama Traoré.
The 24-year-old died in 2016 after he was detained by French police. An official report indicates he died of heart failure, possibly caused by an underlying health condition, but another autopsy requested by his family said it was likely he suffocated and died when police restrained him face down. The officers who detained him were cleared by a police investigation, but his case became a rallying cry against police brutality in France.
So I decided to join the manifestation because I felt like it was the perfect moment for me to go and help my brothers and sisters to put on blast the institutional racism that our dear country, France, tries so hard to hide.
For justice!
There was also big protests in London, where Aaliyah was marching.
I did feel triggered, as I've made me think of instances in the past where I have experienced racism. It was very powerful walking and marching with people who are not of the black community, knowing that you have those supports from other humans who are from different ethnic backgrounds, religions. It was so empowering.
Seeing the multiple videos of black people getting beaten for no reason by the police has triggered so many emotions in me. And honestly, I can relate to it on a personal level. And I just feel like I'm such a disadvantage just because of my hair and the color of my skin. And I find like this is just so wrong because I was born this way, that there's nothing I can do about it. We just want to be treated equally.
Well, some of the thoughts, some of the protests that we've seen right around the world in the last 2 weeks. Let me take you back to Houston and the live pictures from the church, and you see that much fuller there because we are only a few minutes away from the funeral service starting for George Floyd, with just those invited making their way into the Fountain of Praise Church. As I've been saying, around 500 people coming together there in Houston, George Floyd's hometown, and where we saw thousands yesterday, that memorial service go through the church, file past the casket to pay their respects. That memorial open to the public to come to pay their respects, while today it is an invited 500. But as Jane O'Brien was making the point, the camera's there because this a moment that will be beamed around the world in terms of the pictures, the tributes, and the messages that we'll see in the coming hour after a death that has had such ramifications, not just there in the United States, but right across the world. Reverend Al Sharpton just entering the church. He will deliver the eulogy in the next little while.
This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob.
And I suspect
Lift up your heads,
a really powerful moment ahead in the next hour or so as this funeral just begins to get underway. And there's been so much politics swirling around, but today very much concentrating and focused on the personal. We had, of course, Joe Biden. We were playing you that message. He met the family, but has chosen, of course, not to attend the service itself, become a political distraction. This is a day that is dominated by family, by friends, by memories. And of course, all of those arguments that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, those demonstrations, those calls, those protests for change, for reform, already that being translated into action. We've seen in Minneapolis itself, the council vote to defund the police department. And of course, in New York, we've seen moves there for police reform. In Washington, we've seen the Democrats put forward a package of reforms So already those moves are being made. The White House yesterday acknowledging that Donald Trump himself thought there needed to be change, but then pushing back in terms of some of what the Democrats have put forward. But the political arguments that have dominated, as we see the stage very much set here in the Fountain of Praise Church, with that church now with many, many of those 500 invited just taking their seats. Let's put the sound up and hear a little of what is going on.
In Jesus' name. So you tell me you've been to your physician. Look at you, there's been no change in your condition. Reach out and touch the Master's robe. It's healing for your mind, oh, your body and on your soul. Oh yes, there is. God can heal. He can deliver. Not only that, but he can mend your brokenness. Do it now, Jesus. He has a miracle. To fix your needs. Once you trust him, you will see. Oh yes, you will. Oh yes, you will. God knows about your situation. Yes, he does. Through every test and every trial, there is revelation that God is able and willing to supply every one of your needs. He's here to touch you, heal you. Oh, he'll set you free. Yes, he will. Oh, yes, he will. Oh, yes, he will. God can heal. He can deliver. He can mend whatever that's broken in your life. Oh, yes, he can. He has a miracle. To fit your need. Tell your neighbor, won't you trust him? Won't you trust him? Yeah. You will receive. Oh, yes, you will. Oh, yes, you will. Listen. So by the time you leave this building, my prayer for everyone in here is that you have your healing. Once God works a miracle to fit your need, go tell the world what you have received. Oh God, you promised me God has healed. God has healed. I dare to decree and declare it. He has healed. Thank you for mending our brokenness. He has mended your brokenness. Gave you a miracle. Gave you a miracle. To fit your need. Come on, where are the praises? Lift your voice and say, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Jesus. You are the truth of my life.
Well, already we're seeing emotional scenes from inside the church there in Houston before the service actually starts. As I say, I don't think we're that far away from the service actually commencing. Let's bring in Jane O'Brien, our correspondent, who's there for us outside of the church and has been there for days. And Jane, you've been speaking to so many people there in Houston in the last couple of days. Just give me a sense of what people have been saying to you in just the last 24 hours with that memorial service yesterday and now today.
So many people who were here yesterday and went to see George Floyd lying in his coffin. It was an open coffin in the end. There were reports it would be closed, but they said to see his face and to see the reality of his death was a transformative experience for them, because it brought home the reality of the difficulties facing so many African Americans in America, and the problems of racism. They also pointed out that not all police are bad. They say that time and time again, but one of the most powerful examples I was given was by a young African American woman who said, when we fly on an aeroplane, you don't say, not all pilots are bad, there's only a few, because you trust them to get you from A to B safely without crashing the plane. There's no room for the bad apples when it comes to airline pilots, and that's how it should be for America's police forces. There is no room for bad apples. They should be weeded out. They shouldn't be allowed to continue working as police. And I think that encapsulates the type of reform that so many protesters are hoping to see. A police department, a police force in America that has no time for anybody guilty of misconduct or racism or treating African Americans differently to other people that they may come into contact with in the community. So it was a very powerful moment being here, listening to those voices, listening to people also give their examples of how they've encountered racism. The number of women who said that they have conversations with their husbands, their uncles, their sons, their brothers, who worry about when they leave the house, particularly at night, whether or not they're going to encounter the police, whether or not they're going to come back alive. All those conversations, I think George Floyd's public viewing yesterday gave people the chance to talk to each other, to air those grievances, some of which have been buried for many, many years, but are now being given fresh voice and a new opportunity to actually come together, bear witness, understand and move forward.
And Jane, some of those thoughts reflected in what we heard from Joe Biden, saying this was a pivotal moment. But when people talk about change, they're hopeful this time there will be real change. Has opinion coalesced about what they mean by the actual change they want?
Not at all. And I think this is the real difficulty going forward from here. There is already division over whether or not the police should have funding removed. This was one of the demands from protesters early on. It's happened in Minneapolis, or certainly the council in Minneapolis has voted to defund the police, dismantle the police. But what exactly they're going to put in its place is still up for debate, and it's also debatable whether they can actually do that, because of course, Matthew, the police unions in America are incredibly powerful, and this is one of the reasons why so many officers who have been guilty of misconduct, who have been charged with offences, have not been prosecuted or even disciplined because of very tight police contracts that are monopolised by the unions, and the unions so far have given no indication that they are ready to change. So there is very much a long way to go. And you mentioned Joe Biden just now. Well, he also has said he's not in favour of defunding or removing funding from police departments. And just about half an hour ago, the police chief of Houston Police Force said that this was a false argument, that it wasn't an either or, that people didn't want fewer police, they wanted better police. and that's where the focus should be. So a lot of disagreement over how to move forward, what change looks like, and while people have the momentum right now, I think the real challenge for activists and protesters is how to keep that momentum going, particularly as this is the final day of memorials and George Floyd will be buried in the next few hours by the side of his mother, how to keep that momentum going and how to use it as a catalyst for real and lasting change.
And Jane, just to touch momentarily on some of the politics, we've talked about Joe Biden, but President Trump, well, he has tweeted today about that 75-year-old protester in Buffalo that was pushed over, that video that went viral, pushed over by police officers, describing it as a setup. Extraordinary to tweet something like that on a day like today.
Extraordinary, but that's what we've come to expect. And I think that even members of Donald Trump's own party, other senior Republicans, are now openly uncomfortable with the way that he has handled this entire situation over the last couple of weeks. The Republican Party for so long has stood as the party of law and order, and that is a mantra that Donald Trump claimed for himself and seems to be promoting above the broader message of these protests that police reform is now considered necessary by the majority of Americans. And that's African Americans, white Americans, Americans of all ages, of social divides, of different political persuasions. And there is a sense, I think, among certainly Democrats, but also among some Republicans, that he has missed the zeitgeist, that in trying to play to his own base, he is missing the broader point and is really out of tune with what a lot of Americans now think. And this type of inflammatory tweet is also does a disservice perhaps to the police themselves at a time when there is so much mistrust. To suggest that something was a setup does not instill confidence among people who have already had their confidence shaken.
And exactly on that point, Jane, it's been interesting looking at some of the polls to suggest that this death has changed opinion amongst white Americans in perhaps a way that previous deaths has not.
And that is again something that's been emphasized to me time and time again in Minneapolis, where almost all the protesters were white. That was very, very striking to hear in Houston, where the mourners yesterday were predominantly black. But what the black mourners were telling me that was without the white protesters, this movement, like so many others, would fizzle and die. They need the majority, and that is what they feel they're now getting. They feel that they have white sentiment on their side. This is not being dismissed as an isolated incident. There is now a broader recognition that racism in America is a problem, and it's a problem not just for African Americans, but the whole of society, and the whole of society needs to tackle it. Very, very striking in the polls, as you mentioned. There is now some 60%, 67%, I think, in one poll I read recently, that says that is now the majority sentiment. Unlike 2016, following the death of another African-American man at the hands of police, when only some 30-odd% of Americans felt that racism was a problem. So just in a few short years, sentiment has changed quite dramatically. And again, I was struck in Minneapolis by the youth of the protesters. This is a very young movement. The mantle is being taken up by millennials, by people who will be voting for the first time. And that is another reason why I think people are hopeful that there will be lasting change, because a new generation is coming forward, and that generation is saying that they will not tolerate what has been happening for the last, in the words of African Americans, the last 400 years.
Jane, before I ask you another question, let me just remind any viewers joining us here on BBC World News what we're watching, those live pictures from inside the church, because we're waiting for the start of the funeral service for George Floyd, and Many of those invited guests now have taken their seats, and this was supposed to start about 25 minutes ago, running slightly late, but many of those 500 guests now inside of that church, and we saw the pictures just a short while ago with many of them themselves filing past the casket that Jane was just talking about, how so many members of the public did exactly that yesterday. Thousands of people queuing for hours outside of that church to pay their respects yesterday. So the scenes there from inside the church. And Jane, we've seen, of course, 2 weeks of protests across the world, but in many cities there in the US. Is it clear to you, are you being told anything by those who've organised some of these protests, what happens after today?
Not really, no. And again, I think that's why this is such a difficult situation to predict. They have the momentum right now. They need to maintain the momentum in order to continue this sense that reform is possible. But how do they do that? Clearly protests are one way, but is it really possible, particularly in the middle of a global pandemic, to continue the level of public activism, direct action that we've been seeing over the last 2 weeks? That is a big debate. We're also watching the peak in the number of deaths from COVID. There is a real concern that those protests that we've seen over the last 2 weeks could contribute to another public health safety crisis. So it's very difficult to see how or in what shape this further protest, this activism will continue in. Certainly the focus has shifted to some extent to Congress. They were debating legislation yesterday aimed at making it easier to prosecute police officers accused of wrongdoing, banning some of those chokeholds and certainly the kneeling that caused the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. But we also know that Congress is deeply divided. This is a political issue. There are people on both sides who are worried that undermining the police could lead to a problem with law and order generally. They also worry that they will lose a very valuable voting bloc that tends to be conservative. There is a huge debate that is really only just starting, and how it's going to unfold, especially in an election year, is almost impossible to predict, and especially when you have Donald Trump tweeting, inserting himself as he does, trying to rally his base, talking about law and order, talking about protesters and looters in the same breath, when the protesters were largely peaceful and also condemned a lot of the time the looting, which certainly marred the message, distracted from the message that the majority of protesters were trying to convey. It can be very confusing, and very confusing to Americans watching it on their televisions, reading it in newspapers, online, on social media, the wild west of social media where people actively stoke division. I think America is in for a very, very turbulent time as it wrestles with how to deal with the change that the death of George Floyd has set in motion.
And as they wrestle in Congress with that package of measures, the divided Congress you were talking about, of course, there is so much focus on police tactics over the last couple of weeks, even things like whether deliberately their numbers and badges have been covered up, all those sorts of things that protesters have complained about. How much at state level, at mayoral level, potentially can things change?
To be perfectly honest, Matthew, I think this is where a lot of the change will come from. It's more likely that you're going to see individual police departments take action spurred on by the oversight of municipal governments, the mayors, the governments, than you will at federal level, because it's such a political issue. And don't forget, this is a highly complex issue. there are multiple police departments in America, multiple police departments at every level. You have state police, city police, town police. You even have hospitals that have their own police departments. So when you talk about reform, where do you start and who has oversight? Who can actually promote change and oversee change and then enforce change? That's the other issue. All these questions are very, very nuanced, very, very complicated, and what works in Texas may not work in New Hampshire. What works in the South may not work in a city, rural areas. It's very, very complex and very nuanced. And of course, when you have a situation that is so clear-cut and so dramatic as the death of George Floyd appears to be, it can be very difficult to understand the broader complexities. It's very easy to see things in black and white. Police wrong, protesters right. Or, if you're on the other side of the political fence, protesters wrong, police right. And these are precisely the sorts of issues, much like gun control, for instance, that divide America even more. And that is the other challenge. At a moment where protesters and activists have the majority of Americans seemingly on their side, how do they maintain that unity which they will need in order to bring about reform?
And Jane, we were talking around this time yesterday, and of course yesterday we saw that white police officer charged with second and third degree murder in this instance. Has that eased tensions, do you think, in part, given actually how quickly charges have been brought and the legal process start?
People seem to be encouraged by it, and they describe it as a first step, but of course it's a long way from a conviction, and the Attorney General of Minnesota has warned that this is going to be a tough case. He's not going to rush it to court. This could take several months to build, because what the officer, Derek Chauvin, has been charged with is second-degree murder, which means that's murder with intent. It does not mean that that murder was premeditated, but intent in itself is an incredibly difficult charge to prove. You have to be able to see inside the mind of somebody and have the evidence to back that up. And historically, I'm trying to think. I can't think of one officer who has been charged with intent, a murder at this level under these circumstances, or convicted rather. So it's a long way between charge and conviction, and but as I said, protesters do say that at least it is a first step. It shows that there is a willingness on the part of authorities to look at this seriously and to press ahead with the strongest possible charges they can bring. So that's given them great hope. And there have been other instances in the last 2 weeks where police have been disciplined or suspended. We saw it in Buffalo when a 75-year-old man was knocked to the ground during a protest there. The 2 officers involved in that were suspended, but that led to the walkout of the rest of the squad. 50 police officers resigned from that particular squad in protest. So you can see the difficulties and the passions that all these things are inflaming right now. So it's not just as simple as charging a police officer. There has to be a follow-through, and there has to be an acknowledgement by the unions and by the police themselves that sometimes this type of action is necessary.
Jane, just before we dip back into what we're seeing on our screens, I got the order of service here in front of me, and after the prayers, and we have family expressions and family tributes. We'll also have a eulogy from Reverend Al Sharpton, who we've seen pictures of already.
Yes, Al Sharpton spoke the eulogy in Minneapolis, and what he tried to do, as opposed to the family members who really gave personal testimony about George Floyd, was to move the conversation forward. He tried to frame what happens next, frame the debate. What does change look like, and the need for legislation, the need for people to continue agitating, continue campaigning. So I suspect that we'll see something very similar from him again this afternoon that he will be the person who will rally support and try and keep that momentum that we've been discussing going over the next several weeks, several months, and arguably several years.
Jane, thanks very much for now, because we'll return to the pictures. You were just watching the pictures at the end of Jane's answer there, and we saw the casket being closed there as Jane was taking us through. It had been open throughout yesterday's memorial service, with thousands of members of the public filing past the coffin, and open to today as all of those people who there you see inside of the church who've gathered got their chance to actually walk past the casket themselves, but the lid just being closed, and I suspect that means that we're not that far away from the start of this funeral service. Let's put the sound up for the next few moments.
We certainly give honor to God, who is the head of our lives, and we greet each and every one of you that are watching by way of television or stream, those of you that are here to observe the homegoing celebration of Brother George Floyd. And certainly let me say to this family, our hearts are with you, our prayers are with you. We trust that God will strengthen you. The old gospel hymn says, in times like these, we need a Savior. In times like these, we need an anchor. Be very sure that your anchor holds and grips the solid rock.
Pastor Wright, we want to bring greetings to everyone who is within the sanctuary walls, as well as those who are watching via stream or on some platform today. I'm reminded of the psalmist family. The psalmist wrote these words in a time of trouble, and he said, this poor man called out, and the Lord heard him, and he saved him out of all of his troubles. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him, and he delivers them. And then this word is what helps me and blesses me in such a manner that I can never move out of my pain without remembering this, that the Lord is close to the brokenhearted, and he saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalms 34, 6, 7, and 18 from the NIV will give you hope to the Floyd family and to all that are here, to our members, Sharita Tate McGee, to all of the people, to the clergy and the leaders of faith in our community who are here, who are dignitaries who are here, and our elected officials, and to everyone who's taken time to join us by stream. We are all connected. That's right. That's right. This is a moment of connectivity. This is a moment by which God has gathered people all around the world to connect us around the life of the brother George Perry Floyd. Now listen, today there's a few things that we want to encourage you to expect. Can we help you today? First, we do ask you to keep your mask on within the sanctuary. We thank God for that. If anyone is in distress, you can stop into or raise your hand. Our ushers will be watching to make sure that we can assist you. But in the tradition of the African American church, this will be a homegoing celebration. Come on, I want to say it again. This will be a homegoing celebration of Brother George Floyd's life.
Now, you know what that means. That means foot stomping, toe tapping, shouting, hallelujah, praising God. Amen. Because we are celebrating his life. But just before we begin this homegoing celebration, let me just thank publicly all of those people that helped to make this come to pass. I want to begin with Esquire Benjamin Crump. Thank you for watching out over this family. In times of devastation, someone has to stand up and take the lead. And thank God that you have done that, just that, brother. And then also the Reverend Al Sharpton. Thank you for, through North Carolina and Minneapolis, continuing to sound the trumpet and let people know that this is about injustice and we want to see justice served. And then locally, I want to thank our mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, who've done such a wonderful job at making all the resources of this city available to have the reviewing yesterday. As a matter of fact, we had a viewing yesterday with tens of thousands of people that came through these doors. And it came off without a hitch because we made sure HPD was here and the fire department was here and people were here, EMT specialists were here. We had people here from everywhere. They were giving out water. For all of those of you that donated your services, your resources, we want to thank you. On behalf of this family, we thank you, thank you, thank you. To Brother George Anderson, who was our chief operating officer of this church, and Brother Dallas Jones, working together in tandem to make sure everything was pulled together. Thank you. This is an enormous task. This is a gigantic responsibility. And for people that look at it and think, well, you know, I wouldn't have done it this way, you don't know how you would have done it if you had this many people. Right. This many people funneling through your doors. But thank God we didn't have any problems. Everybody was respectful. Everybody was sensitive to what the family is facing. And we're just glad to know that we have such a great team here in Houston. And so I think it's ready for us to have some church, don't you?
It's time for us to have church.
Yeah.
It's time for us to celebrate his life. We may weep, we may mourn, we'll be comforted, and we will find hope. That is for sure. We want to follow the program that is already printed, but for those who do not have programs, the musical selection will be led by Pastor Kim Burrell and this Houston aggregate of singers, amen, who have blessed us already. We are so delighted to have them here. Reverend Arthur Rucker of the Fountain of Praise will do a part of the scriptural reading, the Old Testament. Reverend Gusta Booker, who is Pastor Emeritus of Greater St. Matthew Baptist Church here in Houston, Texas, will do the New Testament reading. And Reverend Dr. Mary White, who leads the prison ministry here at the Fountain of Praise, she will offer prayer of comfort to the family.
After which there will be a video montage that I think all of you will enjoy. So in that order, we're asking them to come now. Someone say amen.
As historical as this is, we recognize that this is a real family with real feelings. There are a lot of us in here who sat in that position, and it hurt. I want you to know the moment that the world announced that George Floyd had left the earth physically, we became family. Everyone in this room, if we can, just center our love around this family, because I know what it means to hurt to leave, to have a loved one to leave. So we stand here and celebrate his life. But I want to leave you with these words. Be not dismayed. Whatever betide, oh Lord, God will, I know He will take care of you. Beneath His wings of love abide. Remember, God will, He will take care of you. But all of this is silent. Remember, God will take care of you through every day along life's narrow way. When you get sad, He will take care of you. God will. I know He will take care of you. Let me leave this with the family. One last thing. All you may need, just remember He will provide, because He will. I wish I had somebody that knows He will take care of you. Here's what you gotta do: trust Him, and you
will be satisfied. I'm a living witness, God will. He will take care of you. God will. I know He will. He will take care of you through every day. All along life's narrow way. When you feel discouraged, remember He will. God will take care of you. God will. I know you're going through right now, but God will. I know you're going through pain right now, but God will. He will take care of you. Lift your head up and remember this, children. Oh, be not dismayed now. Yeah, whatever. Whatever be time, my brother, God will. I know He will. He'll take care of you, of you, of you, of you. Here's where you can find strength beneath His wings.
family of George Floyd, to the dignitaries that are in the house, and to all of the clergy, and to the great pastor of this house, we offer you the reading of the word in the Old Testament according to the book of Amos, chapter 5, beginning at verse 16. Therefore the Lord, the God of hosts, the Lord, saith thus, wailing shall be in all the streets, and they shall all say in all the highways, alas, alas. And they shall all call the farmer to mourning, and such as are skillful in lamentation to wailing. And in all the vineyards shall be wailing, for I will pass through thee, saith the Lord. Woe unto you who desire the day of the Lord, to what end is it for you? The day of the Lord is darkness and not light. It is this as if a man flee from a lion and a bear met him, or went into the house and leaned his hand on the wall and a serpent bit him. Shall not the day of the Lord be darkness and not light, even very dark and no brightness in it? I hate and despise your feast and will not take delight in your solemn assemblies. Though you offer me burnt offerings and your meal offerings, I will not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beasts. Take away from me the noise of your song, for I will not hear the melody of your harps. But let justice run down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. And this is the word of the Lord. Thanks be unto God.
To the Floyd family, the Greater St. Matthew family, Pastor Ronnie Booker would want you to know that we're still praying for you. We want you to know that God has made himself available to the person of Jesus Christ to help you in times like these. God bless you. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, beginning at verse 13. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even at others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you, by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words. God bless you.
Pastor Remus Wright and co-pastor Mia K. Wright and all of the dignitaries here in the sanctuary for this celebration. I also acknowledge Sharita, who is a valued member of our Redeemed Prison Ministry. For those of you that don't know, we had letters coming from those who are incarcerated as far away as Angola, Louisiana, because of what she's done for the kingdom. So we give you love. In a moment of prayer, gather with me. Let's talk to God for a minute. Father, I stretch my hands to thee. Father, no other help do I know. And God, if you withdraw yourself from us, Father, where shall we go? Father, we acknowledge you as the master, the creator, the sovereign God, the ruler, the God that is higher than high, more majestic than majesty, greater than great, more loving than love itself. God, you are God and you are sovereign. We welcome your presence that's already in this place. Master, we thank you for this celebration. We thank you for the life of George Floyd, oh God, that at a moment when he called out for his mama, we believe that the ears of mamas across this nation reared up, that the ears of mamas across this world heard him cry, even though for one mama, all mamas began to wail. We began to wail for our children. We began to wail for our grandchildren. We wail for men across this world because of one mama's call. God, thank you. Thank you, God, today, Master. God, we thank you for what you're doing in this place, Father. We thank you that I ask that you would ignite upon us, oh God, cloven tongues of fire. Father, because cloven tongues of fire will decree and declare and proclaim righteousness. But fiery tongues come out in anger. Ignite in us again cloven tongues of fire. God, right now we're in a strange land. And I heard the psalmist say, how can we sing in a strange land? I can sing because I know who reigns. We can sing because we know who God is, where God is, and what God is about to do. That's how we can sing in a strange land. God, it's a strange land when we have to make a law for us to have empathy with our brothers and our sisters. That empathy is not self-motivated, but it's now become law mandated. God, have mercy. God, help us in this place today. God, we pray for the family of George Floyd, who has time after time after time again borne private grief in public places. But oh, I remember you said you bore our griefs, you bore our sorrows. So Father, right now undergird them in the name of Jesus. Remind them that underneath them are your everlasting arms. Remind them that this shall be an Ebenezer. This shall be a time of remembrance. This shall be after everybody has gone home, oh God. Remind the nation that this is our Ebenezer. We speak and we decree and we declaim that right now, Lord God, there shall be justice. That right now there shall be a remnant that you have already raised up. Lord God, give them strength at this time of sorrow. Undergird them. Put your arms around them, oh God, and let them know that my God is here, that my God is a comforter. And above all things, we will celebrate. We will remember these days and we will call on God. For our God shall come with a vengeance. Our God will avenge us. Our God will come. Right on, King Jesus. Right on, Emmanuel. Right on, conquering King. We expect it. We believe it. Now, God, we lay hands on it in Jesus' name, amen.
You change ever since. Been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh yes it will. It's been too hard living, yeah, but I'm not afraid to die, because I know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh yes it will. Now listen. But then I go to my brother, and I say, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, there were times when I thought that I wouldn't last for long, but now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh yes it will. I know a change gonna come. Yes it will. I believe that a change is gonna come. Oh yes it will. Said I know a change is coming. Yeah. Said I know a change gonna come. Yes it will. Yeah. God bless you, Floyd.
Brother, that shows true skills right there. My. Amen. And thank you, Brother Dre, for that wonderful selection. At this time, we're going to have resolutions read by one of the daughters of this house. She's gone on to do some phenomenal things for God, and God is just blessing her all over the world. And I speak of none other than Ivy McGregor. Greet her with a hearty amen right now.
Pastor Mia Wright, and certainly to this family, to Reverend Sharpton, to all dignitaries, and to all officials. To the family, on behalf of the Fountain of Praise Church, our prayer for the family in this season and this unexpected time is to draw comfort from the fact that while this incident, in untimely incidents, it is no surprise to the Heavenly Father. The Bible says in Psalms 46:1, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. We stand fast in our faith that God will give you inner braces to prop you on every leaning side. May you feel the closeness of his comfort and the warmth of his presence as you cope with this heart-rending transition. We are praying for you. We are interceding on your behalf and want each of you to know that our love extends to you from Houston to all parts of the world. To Sharita McGee Tate, a spiritual daughter of this house, our family members and all of the family members, we await the joy that comes in the morning after the weeping season. The Bible says that our God will wipe away all tears from your eyes, and soon your sorrow shall be swallowed up in joy. This is given on behalf of Pastors Remus and Mia Wright. In his own way and for his own purpose, God has reached down into his garden to pluck one of his fairest flowers. Recently, God called the spirit of our dearly beloved brother George home to be with him throughout eternity. Whereas we, the officers and members of the Greater St. Matthew Baptist Church, desire to express our love and respect to our departed brother, we make these resolutions a copy which will be kept in our records. Be it also resolved that even as we mourn his departure, we resign to the will of an all-knowing and kind Heavenly Father. We assure the family of the deceased that they have our lasting heartfelt sympathies. This is on behalf of the Greater St. Matthew Baptist Church, Reverend Ronald Booker Sr., Senior Pastor. On behalf of Jack Yates Senior High School, the resolution is for George Floyd, class of 1993. Whereas we are deeply saddened by the passing of our beloved Jack Yates Lion, George Floyd, whom the Father has called from labor to reward. Whereas George Floyd was a member of the legendary Jack Yates class of 1993, was a respected leader among all Lions, served with character and distinction as an athletic gifted member of the Mighty Lions, 1992 runner-up state championship football team as the starting tight end, and was a member of the high-performing Mighty Lions basketball team, who stood as a 6'6" power forward, able to dunk with both hands. And whereas George Floyd, lovingly known as Big Floyd and the Gentle Giant, was steadfast in his kindness and devotion to helping his fellow Jack Yates Lions succeed through his genuine example of love, faith, and generosity. Whereas George Floyd has left a legacy of love, loyalty, and service to dear old Jack Yates High that will live on forever in our hearts. Now be it resolved that Jack Yates Senior High School embraces the Floyd family because of the love that we share. George Floyd and his big smile and sense of humor can never be replaced, but his legacy as a lion, a father, a brother, a friend, will be honored each time his family, Jack Yates alumni, are gathered. His beloved Third Ward community, friends, and all others stand up and fight for justice in his name, humbly submitted on this 9th day of June by the Jack Yates Senior High School. The family of George Floyd would like to acknowledge the message of solidarity, resolution, and visual tribute from His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana. Yesterday, during the memorial, a video produced by the people of Ghana was broadcast for thousands of mourners as they paid their final respects to Mr. Floyd. The family is honored by President Akufo's decision to have Mr. Floyd's name permanently mounted in the historic Sankofa Wall at the Diaspora African Forum and the W.E.B. Du Bois Center in Africa. They are grateful that the country of Ghana stands with the Floyd family and the struggle of all families to change the status quo of racism and prejudice. The family is deeply moved by the generous act of the Ghanaian government to solidify George Floyd's legacy. There have been countless other acknowledgments and resolutions. State Senator Royce West, NAACP Houston Branch, Rodney Ellis, Commissioner Harris County, the Row LA, the Church Without Walls, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, HISD, Louisiana State Senator Michael Kubish, Texas State University, State Representative Ron Reynolds, Los Angeles Police Department, City of Los Angeles, Houston Community College. There's a poem submitted by Melinda Woods Smallwood, Houston City Council member Carolyn Shabazz, Lena Milana, County Judge, and countless others. And we do hope, on behalf of Pastor Wright and co-pastor Mia Wright and the Fountain of Praise Church, we hope that the words that have been spoken and the words that have been written will bring you comfort in the days to come. And while the world has been shaken and awakened by 3 words that your dearly beloved George Floyd spoke, I leave with you one word, his final word, which was breathe. And breathe is not passive, no sir, no ma'am. Breathe is active. Breathe is inhale and exhale. Breathe is to be alive. And so we stay with this family. As you breathe, we breathe with you. God bless you.
There's just something about that name. Some call him Master, Savior, Jesus. To me, it's like the fragrance after the rain. Oh, if you know him this evening, help me call him Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Let all heaven and earth proclaim. Kings and kingdoms shall all pass away, but there's something about that. Listen. Sometimes life can change suddenly, and you find it hard to even breathe. So used to being strong, now I'm barely hanging on. Y'all, we gotta stand tall, or too many would fall. What would people say if they knew we felt this way? But God gave me this refrain, and I'll never be the same. He reminded me that he would always be with us. God is with us. God is with us. God is with us. God is with us. Be of good courage. Be of good courage. God is with this is the promise. I will not leave you. I will not leave you you're feeling alone right now, the devil is a lie. I will not leave you. Jesus said, I will not leave you. Neither will I forsake you. I won't forsake you. Remember, God is with us. If you can right now, just sing that last line with me. God is with us.
Say amen. Come on, church. Say amen. Kathy Taylor. Kathy Taylor. I tell her all the time, she is Houston's modern-day Mahalia Jackson. Amen. She empties churches all across the country with her anointed gift. At this time, we're honored to have our dignitaries speak. And just before I ask them to come, the names that are on program, I want to ask all of the people, the political dignitaries that we have in Houston, I want to ask you to stand just for a moment. I saw Commissioner Rodney Ellis and so many others, Chief Azevedo. Yes, yes, yes. Former Mayor Anise Parker and so many others. Let us thank God for your service right now. Adrian Garcia is Commissioner, each and every one. At this time, the program calls for a video by Vice President Joe Biden, and then we will hear from our own Congressman Al Green, then our own Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, and then finally the mayor of this fine city, Mayor Sylvester Turner, in that order. God bless you.
Hello, everyone, on this day of prayer, where we try to understand God's plan in our pain. To George's family and friends, Jill and I know the deep hole in your hearts when you bury a piece of your soul deep in this earth. As I've said to you privately, we know you will never feel the same again. For most people, the numbness you feel now will slowly turn day after day, season after season into purpose through the memory of the one they lost. But for you, that day has come before you can fully grieve. And unlike most, you must grieve in public. And it's a burden that is now your purpose to change the world for the better in the name of George Floyd. Like so many others, I've watched with awe as you summon the absolute courage to channel God's grace and show the good man George was. To stir justice too long dormant, to move millions to act peacefully and purposefully. But among all the people around the world who feel connected to this tragedy are the ones who lost something that can never ever be replaced. To George's children and grandchild, I know you miss your dad and your granddad. Little Gianna, as I said to you when I saw you yesterday, you're so brave. Daddy's looking down, he's so proud of you. I know you miss that bear hug that only he could give. The pure joy riding on his shoulders so you could touch the sky. The countless hours he spent playing any game you wanted because your smile, your laugh, your love is the only thing that mattered at the moment. I know you have a lot of questions, honey. No child should have to ask questions that too many black children have had to ask for generations. Why? Why is Daddy gone? And looking through your eyes, we should also be asking ourselves why the answer is so often too cruel and painful. Why in this nation do too many black Americans wake up knowing that they could lose their life in the course of just living their life? Why does justice not roll like a river or righteousness like a mighty stream? Why? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we can't turn away. We must not turn away. We cannot leave this moment thinking we can once again turn away from racism that stings at our very soul, from systemic abuse that still plagues American life. As Thurgood Marshall once implored, quote, America must dissent from indifference. It must dissent from fear, the hatred, and the mistrust. We must dissent because America can do better, because America has no choice but to do better. I grew up with Catholic social doctrine, which taught me that faith without works is dead, and you'll know us by what we do. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to deal with the denial, the promise of this nation to so many people for so long. It's about who we are, what we believe, and maybe most importantly, who we want to be, to ensure that all men and women are not only created equal, but are treated equally. We can heal this nation's wounds and remember its pain, not callous the heart and forget. I know Reverend Sharpton is there in Houston with you today. Rev, I watched you speak from Ecclesiastes last week in Minnesota, chapter 3, verse 1. To everything there is a time and a purpose and a season under the heavens. Well, today, now is the time, the purpose, the season to listen and heal. Now is the time for racial justice. That's the answer we must give to our children when they ask why. Because when there is justice for George Floyd, we will truly be on our way to racial justice in America. And then, as you said, Gianna, your daddy will have changed the world. May God be with you, George Floyd, and your family. In the words of a hymn from my church based on the 91st Psalm, may he raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, and make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. God bless you all. God bless you all.
To this family, the Floyd family, to Reverend Al Sharpton, the voice for the hopeless, help for the helpless, and power to the powerless. I think you merit some love for all the things that you do. To Attorney Crump, who takes on the cases that many people would conclude are lost causes, but you do it and you win because you fight. I think you deserve some love. Just a few more. We are honored today here in the 9th Congressional District to have the chairperson of the conscience of the Congress. The Honorable Karen Bass is with us. She has traversed some distance. Would you please show her and the members of the CBC some love? Would you please stand? This is my congressional district. I want all of the Congress people who are here to stand, please. Show them some love. My colleague Jackson Lee is here. Thank you. To Mayor Turner, my dear friend and fraternity brother, to Judge Hidalgo, the commissioners, to all of the members of the council. And I want to say a special word about another great American who's here with us today, one whose name means helper of humankind, one who was there with Dr. King, one who is the father of the civil rights movement right here in Houston, Texas, one that we know and love, the Honorable William Alexander Lawson. He deserves some love. He is in the house today. The Honorable William Alexander, helper of humankind, Lawson. I missed Commissioners Ellis and Garcia. To you as well, dear brothers. To the friends and family again, I'm not here today as a Democrat. We're not here as Republicans. We're not here because we're rich or poor. We're not here because we're conservative or liberal. We are here because Pastor Remus Wright was so right when he said, we have no expendables in our community. George Floyd was not expendable. This is why we're here. His crime was that he was born black. That was his only crime. George Floyd deserved the dignity and the respect that we accord all people simply because they are children of a common God, and it's very unfortunate that we have to be here, but we're going to celebrate the life of George Floyd today. And to the family, it's important that I say this to you. We who are here today are here to say we stand with you. We will be there for you. Let's let them know they are not alone. Let's give them some love. Let's say to this family, we are here to stay. Say it for the family, please, with some love. Give them some love, please, the family. I believe you can do better than that. If you love them and you know it, why don't you stand up and show it? Let's make it clear that we are here for them, that we will make it known to the world that they are not going to suffer because we are going to support them. And finally this, members of Congress have the privilege of having flags flown over the Capitol. We do it for important occasions, important people. But I want you to know this. I had this flag flown over the Capitol because I want the United States of America to respect George Floyd. That's why this flag was flown. I want the United States of America to show him the respect that he richly earned simply because he was born in this country, because he's a human being, and because he is not expendable. That's why this flag was flown. And I have a resolution that will be presented to the family. And this resolution will become a part of the records of the Congress of the United States of America. This resolution is going to say to those who look through the vista of time that at this time there lived one among us who was a child of God who was taken untimely, but we are going to make sure that those who look through time, that they will know that he made a difference within his time because he changed not only this country, not only the United States, he changed the world. George Floyd changed the world. And we're going to make the world know that he made a difference. Dear brothers and sisters, we have a duty, responsibility, and an obligation not to allow this to be like the other times. We have a responsibility to not only George Floyd, but to all of those other persons, Breonna Taylor. Yeah, we have a responsibility to each one of them to make sure that we do not walk away today after having celebrated his life and not taken the next step to commemorate and to assure the future generations that this won't happen again. It's time. So brothers and sisters, the Congressional Black Caucus has done something. It's historic. The Honorable Karen Bass, under her leadership, we have now a law that makes it against the law to put your foot on the neck of a person. It's against the law. You can't have a no-knock law. It's against the law. You're going to have to wear your body cameras. It's against the law. The Congressional Black Caucus is making a difference. But I believe there's one more thing that we ought to do to make a difference. We have got to have reconciliation. This country has not reconciled its differences with us. We survived slavery, but we didn't reconcile. We survived segregation, but we didn't reconcile. We're suffering invidious discrimination because we didn't reconcile. It's time for a Department of Reconciliation in the highest land, the highest office. It's time to have someone who's going to make it his or her business to seek reconciliation for black people in the United States of America every day of his life. That's what it is, it's all about. It's time for us to reconcile. We need a Department of Reconciliation. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Just before Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee comes, let me tell you, we have a gate time at the cemetery for 3 o'clock. And I want us to be conscious of the fact that we've got a long, drawn-out program here. And I want to give the guest speaker an opportunity to have what he has to say. I want to give the family certainly an opportunity to say what they have to say, and the preachers that are on program to say what they have to say. So I'm asking all of you, if you will just be brief, brothers and sisters, be brief. Amen, amen, amen. We've got to get through this. They have to get to the cemetery before 3 o'clock. And you know, that's a long entourage going that way. So I'm asking you to be sensitive to everybody that's coming behind you. And let's try to keep it to the 2-minute rule, okay? Let's do as best we can. I'm going to forego my remarks today. I can speak to the family at a later time and tell them and encourage them. And I want to give an opportunity to make sure that all the family's requests are met. So I'm asking you, when you come forward, please, 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 be sensitive to 2 minutes, okay? God bless you. God bless you. Encourage y'all.
This is a time for the family. This is a time for the healing of the wound, of the pain that no one else in this place can walk and feel at this time. To the Floyd family, let me acknowledge your pain. Let me come as a humble servant to be able to respect and to give dignity to the ages that the ex-slaves' descendants have faced in this nation. Let me heal the wound of the majority of African American men who have suffered at the hands of a wrong mindset, a warrior mindset instead of a guardian of peace mindset in the practice of law enforcement. But it is your time today. In keeping with that moment, allow me to offer these words. We know that centuries ago, they took a man, wicked men, put him on the cross, did not understand that though they were intending wickedness, that out of much intention of wickedness came goodness. Your loved one, George Floyd, this secular world failed in its duty to intervene, failed in its duty to act, and failed in its duty to aid. But George Floyd answered the question in death when it was asked in Isaiah, Lord, who should I send? Oh God, have mercy on us. There was a tall man by the name of Big Floyd who stood up and said, Lord, send me. And so as we come today, people of statute, those who humble themselves before God, we come to pay tribute to a man who said, "Send me." And I want to acknowledge those young marchers in the streets. Many of them could not be in this place. They are black and brown, they are Asian, they are white. They are protesting and marching, and I'm saying, as a mama, I hear your cry. That is what George Floyd wanted us to know. And I guess he wanted us to know, family, about CUNY Homes and Jack Yates. Somebody might have said, what good comes out of Nazareth? And somebody else might have said, what good comes out of Third Ward? I am so grateful today to be able to say a man by the name of Big Floyd walked amongst us down those CUNY home blocks, went on up to that crimson and red, and began to mentor and make a legacy that no one can deny. I want you to know, my friends, that as these members of Congress, give me a moment, Chairwoman Karen Bass, the Congressional Black Caucus, leadership Barbara Lee, Congressman Hank Johnson, Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher, Congressman Vicente Gonzalez, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, Congresswoman Deb Haaland from New Mexico. They're across the nation. They are here because they are honoring a brother that came out of the heart of Third Ward and Jack Yates. They are here to honor that leadership. So as I conclude, George Floyd was here on an assignment. It is painful to be able to accept that. I'm so sorry I know him in death. But he was here on an assignment. Some folk on assignments only get to stay 30 years. When the wicked men thought they had done something. George Floyd took it 46 years. He walked this journey. He left behind sisters and brothers who could stand up against the adversity of life when the camera came and people asked to PJ and others, what do you want? We want justice. We want justice. And so, my friends, I don't know if I'll ever get 8 minutes and 46 seconds, Reverend Sharpton, out of my DNA. I don't know if I'll ever be able to overcome the words, I can't breathe. Eric Garner's mother and Trayvon Martin's mother and all the mothers and Robbie Tolan, I can't breathe. But what I will say, that the assignment of George Floyd and the purpose will mean there will be no more 8 minutes and 46 seconds of police brutality. There will be no more 8 minutes and 46 seconds of injustice and the mistreatment of African American men at the hands of the laws of this nation and anyone else. There will be no more 8 minutes and 46 seconds that you will be in pain without getting justice. His assignment turned into a purpose, and that purpose was around the world, that there are people rising up that will never sit down until you get justice. And so I say to all of those who are here, to that, from Senator Miles, from Grant Malone, who works in this venue, all of these pastors, what we say is that we will not sit down, like Rosa Parks said, until justice comes. And so let me make it very clear as I go to my seat. What was done for wicked, for those who mourn that day that we know, came to a day where man rose. And so I say to George Floyd, it'll be up to us that his purpose and his assignment for the justice of this nation, for the fact that there will never be the brutality faced by a man that says, I can't breathe, and calls to a mama who loved him so. That is the rank and call for all of us. And so, as the Lord and the scriptures said, when asked, who should I send? The first who said, send me, was George Floyd. Are they going to be able, or he going to be able, to have each and every one of you say, send me? To God be the glory for the great things he has done. May God bless his family, and God bless George Floyd and the United States of America. God bless you, and I honor you and pray for you. We have a flag that will be given on behalf of the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. This family will receive presidential letters from former President Barack Obama and former President Bill Clinton. Reverend, thank you for all you do. God bless you.
Remus and Mia Wright, and to Reverend Al Sharpton and all of the other clergy that are here, and to the Garner, Brown, Arbery, and Martin families, and certainly to this particular family. Let me just adopt and incorporate all that you have already heard into this presentation. Let me just speak, briefly say, on behalf of the city of Houston, let me thank this family for standing in the gap for your brother, your father, your cousin, your family member. And let me thank you for your courage and your strength in representing him and representing yourselves extremely well. And then I want to thank you on behalf of this city for seeking justice for George, while at the same time asking people all around the world to do it respectfully and peacefully. On behalf of this city, I think we owe a great deal of gratitude to this family, and I want to say thank you. Let me just say to you that people all over the world and elected officials on all levels are doing things that they otherwise might not have done, had not done, because of George. You know, I announced that in this city I would be creating this task force on policing reform. But at the same time, that we'll work things through and we'll get that done within a 90-day period. But as I speak right now, the city attorney is drafting an executive order, an order that I will sign when I get back to City Hall. And what that order will say is that in this city, we will ban chokeholds and strangleholds. In this city, we will require de-escalation. In this city, you have to give a warning before you shoot. In this city, you have a duty to intervene. In this city, we will require comprehensive reporting. In this city, you must exhaust all alternatives before shooting. And there will be other things in this executive order. But I want you to know it goes beyond just policing, because I have been talking with business owners and CEOs over the last several weeks. And what I've said to them, when we invest in communities that have been underserved and underinvested in, where we haven't done the investments, then you don't have to spend as much on policing if you take the necessary funds and invest in our communities. And so I want you to know, in this family to know, that we appreciate everything that you all have done. And lastly, I will say this: George and this family, rearing up in Houston, 3rd Ward, Detroit, coming out of CUNY homes. Who would have thought that his name would now be mentioned in South Africa, Canada, Nairobi, Berlin, South Korea, Europe? A person who may not have been known by many before, but what folk meant for evil, God has turned it out for good. We honor him, Reverend Sharpton, not because he was perfect, but we honor him today because when he took his last breath, the rest of us will now be able to breathe. So therefore I, Sylvester Turner, Mayor of the City of Houston, hereby proudly proclaim June 9, 2020 as George Perry Day in the City of Houston. To God be the glory for the good he has done.
Come on, to God be the glory. Come on, somebody say it to your neighbor. To God be the glory. What the devil means for evil, God means for good. Come on, we said it was a homegoing celebration today. And we be able to celebrate the life of a man who he lived here on this earth, but as God has used him in his death to expand his name throughout the world to make change. Amen. Amen, amen, amen. God bless you to all of our dignitaries. To Mayor Turner, I think you're a preacher. You have a job when you finish your term here in the City of Houston. We thank God for his leadership. Amen. Amen. The program calls for, I believe there's another video montage that is about to occur, and we thank God for the young lady who has put them together. These videos, amen. Come on now, somebody's still celebrating for the things he has done. Oh yes, Jesus. Angie Hiltz is the video artist who has put together these montages. But I want to ask the members of the family who are going to come up and speak at this time, if you would please make your way to the stage. Kathleen McGee, Brady Bob, Travis Keynes, and Mr. Cyril Wright, and Cyril White rather. And as they come up, there is a tribute being sung that will be sung by R&B artist Neo. That will be followed by one of the Jack Yates alumni who is offering a poem, Ernesia Clayton Dangerfield, and then another musical selection, My Soul Has Been Anchored in the Lord, Mr. Michael Todd. God bless you. And family, come up as we're ready to receive you.
Show me your face. Fill up this space. My world needs you right now. My world needs you right now. I can't escape being afraid. Fill me with you right now. My world needs you right now.
Show me your face. Fill up this space. My world needs you right now. My world needs you right now. I can't escape being afraid. Fill me with you right now. My world needs you right now. Bring with it a sound that points us
Erase substitutes right now. Fix what I see. And God, please fix me. My world needs you right now. Let us see you right now. Show me your face. Fill up this space. The world needs. My world needs you right now. My world needs you right now.
That's why I'm not ashamed to say.
Nobody like you, Jesus. Power is in the name, Jesus. Yes, I need you. That's where the power is. You have all of the authority. Only you are the great I am. You're the King of Kings. You're the Lord of Lords. That's why I call you.
Show me your face. Come fill this space. My world needs you right now. My world needs you right now.
Welcome, everyone. I am George Floyd's aunt. I'm also just give me a minute. I just want to thank everybody, and I would like to thank the whole world what it has done for my family today, especially George. But I just want to make this statement. The world knows George Floyd. I know Perry Jr. He was a pesky little rascal, but we all loved him. And I just want to thank all the mothers that are here today. And if you've got a nephew, an uncle, just hug them and just let them know we are for all these young black men that are coming up in this world today, and just hug them and love them, because we don't ever know when the time will come. I just want to thank each and every one of you. I have gained such a huge family all over the world. I have so many sisters and brothers now. I have aunts and uncles, and I just want to thank you all. There's too many names to remember, but God knows in his heart that I love this Floyd family. I love my sister, and I can't talk about George Perry Jr. unless I bring up his mother's name. Everybody, Everyone know her as Miss Sissy in 3rd Ward, Cutie Home, Texas. I just want to say I love you. I love all the support, and my family know I do.
I love you.
And we all are one. Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm going to miss my brother a whole lot, and I just want to say to him I love you, and I thank God for giving me my own personal Superman. God bless you all.
First off, I want to say hello. My name is Brooke Williams, George Floyd's niece, and I can breathe. As long as I'm breathing, justice will be served for Perry. First off, I want to thank all of you for coming out to support George Perry Floyd. My uncle was a father, brother, uncle, and a cousin to many. Spiritually grounded, an activist, he always moved people with his words. Their officer showed no remorse while watching my uncle's soul leave his body. He begged and pleaded many times just for you to get up, but you just pushed harder. Why must this system be corrupt and broken? Laws were already put in place for the African American system to fail. And these laws need to be changed. No more hate crimes, please. Someone said make America great again, but when has America ever been great? Those 4 officers were literally on him for 9 minutes, and none of them showed they have a heart or soul. This is not just murder, but a hate crime. I share happy memories with my uncle. Now that's all I have, are memories. I still can't pull myself together to how he was calling out my grandma a name. I believe my grandmother was right there with open arms saying, come home, baby, you shouldn't feel this pain. No one should feel this pain. My most favorite memory with my uncle was when he paid me to scratch his head after long days of work. We arrived at home. We even created a song about it called Scratch My Head, Scratch My Head, yeah. But after that, I knew he was a comedian. He always told me, baby girl, you're going to go so far with that beautiful smile and brains of yours. Another favorite memory is when me and my grandmother was so worried. I mean, she was crying. All I remember is me saying, Granny, it's okay, we'll find a way. But I wasn't entirely sure about how we were going to get to my uncle's PJ's wedding. We had no way to contact anyone, but here comes my uncle busting through the door like Superman. I was young, by the way, probably 10 or 11. My grandmother was also handicapped, and he had this big truck we had to ride in. I was wondering, how was my grandmother going to get in that truck? But he just placed it in the truck like it was light work. I never questioned anyone's strength, but it was unbelievable how my uncle and grandmother broke their backs to always see their children smile and made a way when it seemed impossible. Quote, Tupac, I'm sorry, y'all. Changes. You see, the old way wasn't working, so it's on us to do what we gotta do to survive. America, it is time for a change. Even if it shall begin with more protests, no justice, no peace. My brother and basically my other mom tells me this all the time, but God sits high, but he looks low. Thank you, Houston. It's always love in the hometown.
I really don't know what to say after my niece, but she told the whole story But I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about my brother a lot, because I couldn't believe it at first, but I see it now. All I think about is when he was yelling for mama. And I know how mama is. She's just right there. She got her hands wide open. Come here, baby. Every mama felt that. But when he yelled, please, please, I can't breathe, I stopped wearing ties. I didn't want to wear a tie no more because I wanted to be able to breathe. I went to memorials, no tie. I could have had one on, but right now, I want justice for my brother, my big brother. That's Big Floyd. Everybody know who Big Floyd is now. 3rd Ward, CUNY Homes, that's where we was born at, but we're gonna be remembered. Everybody gonna remember him around the world. He's gonna change the world. My mom, if she was here today, I honestly can say this, that she will be on that casket right now, trying to get in there with him. She's a real mom. A real mom. She's not gonna separate from anybody. She's just like animals. They cling to their mom. I love y'all. Y'all showed a lot of support. I love y'all. I'm speechless right now.
Good afternoon. My name is Cyril White, and I am the director of To God Be the Glory Sports. Before I came the director of To God Be the Glory Sports, I met Big Floyd. I spent so many of my college summers playing basketball with him. He had a good friend named Mike Riggs who went to Worthing, and I would go pick up Mike Riggs and we would go get Big Floyd, and we'd be at Nettleton Park and McGregor Park and Sunnyside Park or wherever we can go find a good game. Well, then fast forward to 1998, I started a college exhibition tour team touring around the country, going to play different colleges and exhibition games, and Big Floyd, that was my first power forward. I would be calling around trying to get contracts with the different schools, and the coaches would ask me, who's your big man? And I would say, George Floyd. They say, oh, you got Big Floyd. Okay, well, your team must be pretty good. And so then we would go off and play. And not only did George play on the team, but he recruited a lot of other guys from 3rd Ward and the CUNY Homes to come and join me. And a lot of those guys got college scholarships, and some of those guys even played professionally overseas. So it's been well established how much George Floyd was an avid sports fan and always about sports. And I was sharing with Lil Wu earlier this week that I've already secured a commitment for 3 acres of land here in Houston to do a George Floyd Memorial Sports Center. I just kept thinking about what could I do, and I had a lot of support from around the world from my different sponsors. And yes, I had one guy step up and said, hey Cyril, I can definitely provide the real estate and we just work on the vertical improvement. So that's where we are with that. One thing that we did, I'm going to get out here fast, at To God Be the Glory Sports, we read the Proverbs. That's what was our spiritual exercise to try to grow in practical wisdom as young men. We would read a chapter of Proverbs. Everybody would read 2 verses out loud, and then they pass the Bible to the next guy, right? So Sylvester Turner, our honorable mayor, said that today is George Floyd Day. So I'm going to read Proverbs chapter 6, the 6th and verse 9 through 11. And this is Big Floyd speaking. It says, how long will you lie there, you sluggard? When will you get up from your sleep? A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest, and poverty will come on you like a thief, and scarcity like an armed man. Well, I can definitely see how Big Floyd has woken us up out of our sleep, correct? I mean, we're all out from our sleep. We are not slumbering anymore. This poverty and this scarcity talked about in the scripture, That is how we treat each other. Humanity. We are poor in humanity. We are poor in empathy. But I can feel that everyone is going to rise against injustice, and be sure that all human beings are treated the same so that George Floyd's memory will not be in vain. To the family, thank you for allowing me to speak and share this memory about Big Floyd. And to God be the glory to you all. Thank you very much.
You know, hearing everyone speak thus far about Big Floyd, I mean, great brother. We got a great family on stage, great family in this church house today. Curing home family, extended family, found the Praise Church. Thank everybody. And one thing, you know, I'm being strong for my family. And one thing about Big Floyd, he'll tell me right now, little bro, be strong. Just be thankful for day to day, and just celebrate his life and happiness. He wouldn't want us weeping so hard, but you know, I'm trying, but it's very hard. I mean, I got so many great memories to share, stories to tell, but you know, they're just getting stuck inside. And again, you know, no, I got it. Oh man, but one of the best only things on my mind, honestly, we gotta seek this justice out for my brother, and we gonna get it together. Everyone in this church, all the great city councilmen and women in this crowd, thank you very much. Sheila, oh my God. Sheila Jackson Lee, thank you. Master Vesta Turner, Earl Green, and the rest of you guys for comforting and calling us, letting us know for the last couple of days and week. You're giving us y'all major support, and everyone in the world, again, for the major support and love that y'all sharing and giving, inboxing, sharing these beautiful pictures. Thank you guys. And we're gonna keep this fight on, and we're gonna do this together, and we all in it together, and we're gonna finish this together. And united we stand, and again, we're standing for George Floyd, and thank everyone that came, showing love.
One more time. His life mattered. All our lives matter. Black lives matter. His death would not be in vain. What's his name?
First of all, I want to give all my honor and praise to God for giving me a chance at life and meeting my little brother, for giving him his first security job. My little brother was a friend. He was a mentor. He was a father. He was a basketball player. He was a football player. But most of all, he was a human being. And if I tell you, I never could say no to this kid, out of all the flaws and trials and tribulations that we go through, what we went through, all the times he kept making me mad and make everybody mad, we still love him. I couldn't say no. So when the family came to me and asked me, did you go speak? I will speak. I will keep on speaking. I will fight. I will fight. I will fight. Because I've been fighting for him, and I will keep on fighting for him. You know, we ask ourselves who we meet and who we come in encounter with in life. I came in encounter with, and we all came in encounter with, if you knew him, a ghetto angel. A ghetto angel. A brother. You know, you hate evil, but you love good. And what my brother was, my little bro, was good. You can't slam his name with me. You can't talk bad about him to me, because I knew him. And if you knew Flo, if you knew Floyd, if you know Jude, if you knew Jude, you understand the words coming out of my mouth. And I ask you, fight for my brother. Help me fight for my brother. Help the family fight for my brother. Because he was someone. I thank you. The family thanks you. And I will not give up on you, bro. I love you, little bro. And I got you.
You should be on your feet right now, giving the glory to God right now. Get on your feet. Give him the glory. Give him the glory. Give God the glory. Give Floyd the glory. Give his kids the glory. Give his family the glory. To my pastor, I love you. Amir, I love you too. My frat brother, George Floyd. Anybody in here played football for Jack Yates or went to Jack Yates? Walked the halls of Jack Yates or Ryan. We're gonna say Cullen too. Stand up. Stand up. George Floyd was an All-American tight end. George Floyd was a power forward, was my power forward. So I'm speaking on the behalf of my brother. Blood, sweat, and tears every single day. It's hot outside. It's hot in the gym. Not one time did I ever see George Floyd complain. Not one time. He, without sin, cast the first stone. Huh? He, without sin, cast the first stone. I hear everybody talking. Y'all want the real or y'all want the fake? You want the real today, right? My brother, he's sitting here. He didn't have to be sitting here today. Those men that stood on my brother's neck changed the world. They took somebody from us that was great. When I say great, I never heard him complain, not one time. He was an umbrella to all of us. He was 6'6". Any rain came our way, he made sure that he could cover for us. From the CUNY home to Jack Yates High, he was everybody's shelter. Everybody's shelter. I don't care what George Floyd did. I don't care. Let me tell y'all something. He was a human being, first of all. I couldn't sleep Monday night. I don't know why. I couldn't sleep. I was tossing and turning Memorial Day in my bed. I don't know why. As I woke up the next morning and got so many texts, and I said, what? I haven't even seen the whole tape. It hurts my heart, y'all. We all hurt in America right now. Am I right or wrong? But one thing, but God, because all we need right now in this world today is what? Love. Turn to your neighbor and tell him you love him right now. Turn to him right now and tell him you love him. That's all we need. You see how that feel? George Floyd told me he loved me. He told everybody out here that he touched, he loved them. George Floyd is love. That's who George Floyd is. This is for him. We love him. If you love George Floyd and you know how George Floyd was with you, you know you're gonna always be George Floyd. I am George Floyd. You are George Floyd. That could have been anyone else in here, but God. God said, well done, Floyd. So as I sit here and tell you all right now, George Floyd is in the bosom of God. He's in the bosom of God. He's all right, y'all. So I'm here to tell y'all, stay positive, America. It's a debt that you have to repay. But God said, not this debt. You're gonna have to repay it. This is the last. So as I sit here and I see so many people coming together, so many races, and I say, you know what? Because of the love of George Floyd, we are all here together today. So make sure you turn to your people. You never know how long we got, y'all. You never know. The key is love. I love y'all. Brady Barb, I'm out.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Much love and strength to the family of George Floyd. Much love and strength to the family members that are here, of anybody that's been lost. 50 states all protesting at the same time. This man changed the world for the better. So I just want to personally thank George Floyd for his sacrifice so that my kids can be all right later on. I appreciate the sacrifice, my brother. I genuinely do. Sorry, I ain't coming here to talk. All right. How do I say goodbye to what we had? Sorry. The good times that made us laugh outweigh the bad. I thought we get to see forever, but forever's gone away. It's so hard to say goodbye. To yesterday. I don't know where this road is going to lead. All I know is where we've been and what we've been through. If we get to see tomorrow, I hope it's worth all the pain. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. And I'll take with me the memories to be my sunshine after the rain. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. God bless.
afternoon. My name is Ernesia Dangerfield, and I am honored to stand before you today, honored to share what George Floyd meant to our alumni, Jack Yates Senior High School, our community, of course, his children, family, his friends, and now the world. 3260 Truxillo is where it all began. And if you could carry the whole community on your back or work to help your fam, you do it with your bare hands. To make a way out, your gift with the ball helped to create your vision and infiltrate a plan. And now, beyond the streets of Third Ward, your legacy will stand. Your children will be honored to witness your contributions firsthand. You didn't make excuses, but stood tall and accepted your responsibilities like a real man. Such a gentle giant. Although his 6'6" statue could intimidate some men, your smile was your way of creating an openness, greeting a stranger with a dab and your hand. Always repping H-Town. Know what I'm saying? Speaking about unity, right here in the community, calling old heads to action, to take a stand against violence and rebuke it. While you were working and traveling from coast to coast, sometimes met with oppositions, but still so inspiring and filled with so much hope. Everyone listened when you spoke. Familiar faces became family, and not just blood made them kinfolk. But there's a message in it all, because all of us are beyond woke. The pinnacle for you is something we will never know. Undoubtedly, though, the seeds you've planted will manifest and fully grow. Only you could bring the world together, George Floyd. A life of VIP to a sold-out show. My prayers, condolences, and love to the family. We will forever honor George Floyd. Thank you.
To my nephew, PJ, my niece, Keita, and the rest of the Floyd family. There's peace behind this. There's love behind this. Although a storm was raging, you had no idea. Someone have just changed the whole world, and it happened to be in your family. I have sung this song so many times at so many funerals and homegoings. This is one that really touched me right here.
Though the storms keep on raging in my life, yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell the nights from day. Still that hope that lies within us reassure as I keep my eyes upon the distant shore. I know he'll lead you safely to that blessed place he has prepared. But if
hard to tell the nights from day. Still that hope that lies within is pure sure. As I keep my eyes upon the peaceful shore, I know he'll lead me safely to that blessed place he has prepared. But if the songs don't cease, and if the wind keep blowing my life, my soul has been anchored in the Lord. I realize sometimes in my life I'm gonna be tossed by the wind and the currents that seem so fierce. But in the word of God, I am an anchor. It keeps me steadfast and unmovable in this time. But if the songs don't cease, hey y'all, just in case the winds keep on blowing in my life, my soul has been, said my soul's been anchored in the Lord. My soul has been anchored. My soul has been anchored. My soul has been anchored. The billows may roll, the breakers may dry, but that is all right, 'cause he holds me there. My soul has been anchored. My soul has been anchored. My soul has been anchored. My soul. No darker days, the clouds in the sky, that is all right, 'cause he is mine. My soul has been anchored. 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 My soul has been the Lord.
Has been anchored. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. My soul has been anchored. Hallelujah. Bless God's name. Thank you, my friend. And let me, just before I introduce all the pastors and preachers that are here, let me thank Minister Robert Muhammad and the brothers from the Nation of Islam, which did such a wonderful job in our security. Amen. Working with the Houston Police Department. We thank God for them. I want to ask all of the pastors and preachers in the congregation to stand. Those of you who are pastors and preachers. Amen. Amen. We're thankful for all of them. Listen, I know that sometimes people have their problems with preachers, but in times like these, preachers can be a major support. They're needed, and we thank God for these brothers and sisters who work in the work of God. We have three preachers that are going to speak to us today. First of all, he's an icon in this city, and certainly he's been a civil rights leader and activist for many, many, many years. I can't wait to hear from him in the person of Reverend Bill Lawson. He's going to speak with us. And then after him, we are a city of diversity. We are a city of diversity. We are striving and endeavoring every way we can to make sure that all people are represented and that we can continue to fight the injustices that are throughout this country. And so we also have Pastor Stephen Wells speaking for us. He does such a wonderful job down at Midtown, Houston, and we're glad to have him with us. And finally, then we have my good friend and brother, Dr. Ralph Douglas West, pastor of the Church Without Walls, who will speak in that order. Reverend Bill Lawson, Reverend Stephen Wells, and then Dr. Ralph Douglas West.
Pastors Wright, Brother Remus, and Sister Mia, to this family who hopefully has been comforted by the many people who have come today and who have given to us a portrait of the man we only knew through the news, but who we now know not only as a human being, but as a great human being. We're glad to have known George Floyd. And to all those who have come out today, and I'm personally proud that you have come. Many more came but couldn't get in. But that many people wanted to come. I see that you have destroyed all laws of social distancing. Thanks to Pastor Remus Wright, who simply said, let's just forget that. Right now, we are Christians. He asked us to stay at 2 minutes. I don't know that we can do that, but let's work on it. Today, I want to say that it is marvelous that this young man, he's 46, but he's young, that this young man has done what he has done to let us know who George Floyd was. I'm glad to know that in his last moment of breath, he called for his mother. And that means something about who he was. He came up in a family that was close and that loved each other. I heard from people who knew him as a student, fellow student, an athlete, who realized that he also was a team player. And finally, he was a person who knew the Lord and who believed in him and who trusted him. People have been wondering whether or not this is going to be like other movements. I came to this city in 1955, which was the year that the body of Emmett Till was found in a body of water in Mississippi. Same year that Rosa Parks refused to give up the back seat on the bus. And it was that year that I came to Houston. Since that time, I have seen any number of struggles against racism. And they have all ended up with relatively little outcome. So the question is valid. It's a reasonable question. Is this going to be just like so many other movements? A moment of anger and rage, and then back to business as usual? You could say that, because the prejudiced and the bigoted are not going to change. But we can do some things to change them. And that's what I hope we will do. First of all, we can make sure that we don't stop the fight, that we stay with it, and that we make sure that somebody knows that we are not going to stand for this to keep on going. Obviously, the first thing that we have to do is to clean out the White House. But that has to come closer to us than Washington. Our states and counties and cities have to have good leadership. And that means that we have to go and vote. But you know, a young man from humble beginnings can change the world. How do I know that? Partly because George Floyd came from humble beginnings. And now, as many speakers have said, everybody on earth knows who George Floyd is. He was a man of no rank or title. He was a man who came from humble beginnings. But God has done some things, even through this tragedy, that has let the world know about Big Floyd, Big George. You know, there was a man who was humble, came from humble beginnings. You could say CUNY Homes, but it was a stable in Nazareth. And that man didn't have a home. And his wife was about to have a baby. And since he didn't have a home, there was no bed for her to have that baby in. But in that stable, there was a manger. And he went to that manger, and that manger gave forth a baby. And that baby didn't have any title either. He lived at a time when the Roman government was making it very hard for Jews. And he was murdered, legally, but he was murdered. And the interesting thing is that from that death comes our churches. And as we take the Lord's Supper, ever how often we do that, we remember his flesh and his blood. And how long are we going to say, I can't breathe? But now, as I look at marches all over the world, protests filling up the streets, and back in the days when I used to be part of marches, all the marchers were black. But now, there are white people who know the story. And there are Hispanics who know the story. And there are Asians who know the story. Today, there are preachers back there. And there is at least one Muslim minister who is here. I brought with me a Jewish fellow. And all of the cultures, all of the races throughout the world, all of the nations throughout the world, all the continents throughout the world, they know the name of this man who was born in a stable, in a manger. And so you can raise the question, can any good thing come out of a tragedy like this? We've lost a loved one and the pain is almost unbearable. What good can come out of that? Well, out of the murder of the man on a cross has come a movement worldwide. And every imam from the Muslim faith, every preacher from the Christian church, every rabbi from the Jewish religion, all of us know the name of George Floyd. And we know the name because of a death. You think something good can't come out of this? His death did not simply start a bunch of good speeches, a bunch of tributes. Out of his death has come a movement, a worldwide movement. And that movement is not going to stop after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. That movement is going to change the world, which means that this boy, born in a manger, born in a stable like CUNY Homes, born in a situation where he lived in a ghetto, lived in the hood, 3rd Ward, this boy is going to bring forth a demand for better government, for better policing. He is going to bring forth a demand, a multicultural, multinational, worldwide demand for change. My hope is that we will stay behind that demand. And while not everybody will be concerned about it continuing, at least the people from the hood will be concerned about it's continuing. It will not end with this boy's death. He's 46, but I call him a boy. But that this shall continue, so that this movement will transform this corrupt world. Praise God for George Floyd.
Pastor Wright, Co-Pastor Wright, thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm genuinely humbled to be here. Family, what a privilege to be with you today. The Apostle John, in his first epistle to us, wrote this: "There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. For fear has to do with punishment. The one who fears is not made perfect in love. We love because God first loved us. If anyone says, 'I love God,' and yet hates his brother, he is a liar. Because if you have not loved your brother who you have seen, you cannot love God who you have not seen. And he has given us this command: anyone who loves God must also love his brother." This is the reading of God's Word. You know, none of us wanted to be here today. You would have rather, and we would have rather, that George was home and safe, but racism murdered him. Racism is the reversal of the revelation of God. Racism is not perfect love casting out fear. It is perfect fear casting out love. Which means overcoming racism will require a love that is greater and stronger than fear, and only Jesus offers us that love. Only living the Jesus way offers us healing, and we need healing. Because you know and we know there's nothing that any of us can say that will bring George back. So we came to say today that we grieve with you, and that your grief has awakened the conscience of the nation. And because we're here in God's house and in His church, because we believe in the risen Lord Christ, we grieve in resurrection hope. A hope that promises not just a reunion someday, but a restoration this day. We grieve in restoration and resurrection hope that God is at work in our nation, rending hearts and changing minds and bending the moral arc of the universe toward justice. And I hope you know that everyone would have understood if you said, we don't need to hear from any white people today. You've been silent long enough, you can be silent one more day. But I have to tell you, you asked the whole community to come together. And look what happened. You have chosen the path of love, the path of perfect love that casts out fear. And I want you to know that that is the path not only to your own healing, it's the path to the healing of the whole world. It is the path of partnering with God in redeeming the world, and it is a difficult path. You have been asked to carry a burden that would have crushed most people, and you have borne it with grace and courage. You've called those who disrupted protests with violence or looting to honor George's life with love. You called a president who sought to dominate to live in a peaceful world where we deliberate. You called those people whose perfect fear casts out anything that even looks like love with a perfect love that casts out fear. And you have been a model for not just America, but for the whole world. And now we must follow your good example, calling out anything that doesn't honor George or any of the rest of us: domination, injustice, oppression, racism. Stephen Kleinberg, the eminent sociologist at Rice University, has taught us that Houston, Texas is the most diverse city in America. Houston, Texas is ethnically and demographically today what America will be ethnically and demographically in the year 2050, which means we are the experiment in America for how races can get along. But unless and until we are willing to be as brave and as truthful as you have been, nothing will change. The experiment will not yield any new data. We will simply do over and over again what we have done over and over before until, as Fannie Lou Hamer said, we get sick and tired of being sick and tired. So it must be different this time. And I have to tell you, at my church, it is easy to not talk about racism. At my church, it is easy to dismiss as politics the economics of hundreds of years of systemic racism, but not talking and not acting is the path to destruction. And we can watch that on the news every night and ask if that's the future we want for ourselves. So could I just have the privilege? I'd like to say a word to white churches. We are better than we used to be, but we are not as good as we ought to be, and that is not good enough. Which means you have to take up the work of racial justice. Racism did not start in our lifetimes, but racism can end in our lifetime. But only if you ask and I ask, what am I going to do about it? And while it is still bothering you, write down what you're going to do on a note card and tape that card on the mirror you see every morning when you get up and every night before you go to bed. And each night ask, was I true to the calling? And every morning ask, what can I do today to bring God's kingdom on earth as it is in heaven? Gianna, I saw you on TV. And a reporter asked you what was the best thing about your daddy. And you said, my daddy changed the world. And if we will do our part, you will have been a prophet. So from your mouth to God's ear. Amen.
Thank you, Steve and Dr. Lawson, and to this wonderful family that has demonstrated what it means to be faithful and courageous. All of us and our lives begin with obscurity. We don't know how it would end in history. No one thought on that January morning of the 15th day of 1929 that that boy would grow up to be the liberator to a movement called the Civil Rights. No one knew. In August in 1961, on the 4th day, in Hawaii of all places, in obscurity, that the first African-American president would be born. And nobody knew. On October the 14th, 1973, in obscurity, Fayetteville, North Carolina, parents boldly and courageously migrating to Houston, had no idea. In 3rd Ward, CUNY Homes, Jack Yates, that God had birthed someone that now belongs in a rightful place of history. We all began in obscurity. We don't know where we'll land in history. The question of theology and theodicy is, where was God in all of this? God was and is where God has always been. God didn't cause it, but God can certainly use it. Unfortunately, we've almost turned it into cliche, but it's Christian bedrock belief that all things work together for the good of them who love the Lord and who are called according to his purpose. And so to this family today, God is working his way, and he has been where he always will be. I leave you now with these words: trials dark on every hand. And we cannot understand all the ways that God will lead us to that blessed promised land, but he'll guide us with his eye if we'll follow him till we die, and then we'll understand it better by and by.
goodness and your mercy toward us. For your goodness and your mercy towards us. And it's for your goodness and your mercy toward us. We offer. Can somebody just offer God praise right now? I know what we're going through, but He's still worthy. He still deserves it. We thank you, Lord, for the life of our brother. We offer you praise, Jesus. We offer you praise. Oh my God. Yeah. We hallelujah. Come on, somebody praise him. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. He's worthy, yes he is. He's worthy, yes he is.
At the direction of Senior Pastor, Pastor Remus Wright, program is necessarily altered because of the time factor. We appreciate the fact that it was difficult for everyone else to stay within their time limit. Thank you, Dr. Wright, for your auspicious leadership. My privilege and my honor today, as we give honor to the family of George Floyd, is to introduce today a man who needs no introduction but deserves one. Born October 3rd, 1954, Al Sharpton. Grew up like most of us, raised like most of us in church. His Sunday school teacher had no idea what she was teaching. His pastor had no idea who he was preaching to. His teachers had no idea who they were teaching. But since that time, he has become a social justice activist, a civil rights leader, a talk show host, a commentator, a leader of movements, a world changer, a freedom fighter, a preacher amongst preachers. When Officer Chauvin put his knee on the neck of George Floyd, he had no idea that the man whose life he was taking would be important enough to have this preacher to preach his eulogy. He probably thought it would end quietly in some obscure funeral home with a few people. But he had no idea that presidents of nations would would think and write about him, and that the preacher who would preach the service would be the greatest civil rights preaching voice of our time. And we've talked much about how we change things, but when God wants to change things, he brings a person to the earth. And when this preacher was birthed, God knew there'd be moments like this where it would take someone's voice to speak truth to power prophetically that would change the world. And I hope that when we hear this preacher, all America understands that yes, we can change policies and legislation, but if we want to change this situation, white parents have to teach their boys to be brothers to black boys. We have to teach our daughters to be sisters, whether you're black, white, or brown. Because when George Floyd was gasping for breath saying, "I can't breathe," he was speaking the language of 400 years of Africans in this country. We couldn't breathe on the slave ships. We couldn't breathe in Jim Crow. We couldn't breathe through segregation. We couldn't breathe through mass incarceration. We couldn't breathe. And there's been a preacher on the scene for the last 4 decades telling us, Americans, we can't breathe. In Bensonhurst, we can't breathe. When Trayvon Martin in Sanford, we can't breathe. And this preacher is here today in Houston, Texas, because George Floyd died saying we can't breathe. I want you to welcome to this pulpit today the iconic preaching voice, anointed preaching personality of the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton, our voice, our fighter, our leader, our freedom fighter. And because of him, guess what? One day all of us are going to breathe better. Let's stand and receive the Honorable Reverend Al Sharpton.
First to this family, the whole family that has suffered this crime. I hear people talk about what happened to George Floyd like there was something less than a crime. This was not just a tragedy. It was a crime. And this family has borne this, those, and I'm going to announce all of them that I'm giving, because this is a time that we need to understand that they're going to do everything they can to delay these trials and delay the accountability and try to wear this family down. And many that are standing and coming today and skinning and grinning in front of cameras will not be here for the long run. We must commit to this family, all of this family, all 5 of his children, grandchildren and all, that until these people paid for what they did, that we're going to be there with them, because lives like George will not matter until somebody pays the cost for taking their lives. We cannot just act like this is some new way of teaching sociology. We can't act like this is some new need for some of us to add social justice to our programs on Sunday morning. There is an intentional neglect to make people pay for taking our lives. If 4 blacks had done to one white, if 4 black cops had done to one white what was done to George, they wouldn't have to teach no new lessons. They wouldn't have to get corporations to get money. They would send them to jail. And until we know the price for black life is the same as the price for white life, we're going to keep coming back to these situations over and over again. Either the law will work or it won't work. So I want to give honor to the family and a commitment that we're going to be here for the long haul. When the last TV truck is gone, we'll still be here. I've gotten to know some of the family over the last few days. I've seen them cry in private. I've seen them talk. I told them I grew up in black family. I know we always don't get along. I got some cousins watching me now that better never call me. That's what families are. But I've also seen them in light moments. I'll never forget last week when the family part that was there talked with former President Obama on the phone and said, we're not asking you to come because it'll take all the Secret Service stuff and all that, but we just want to thank you and your wife for calling and calling our name of our brother, our uncle, during the speeches you've been making. And the president made the mistake of asking, well, what is it y'all want me to do? Just tell me where I could be helpful. And Philonis said, well, 2 things. We want justice. And we here in Minneapolis, can you send me some food down here? Because they only had the finger food. Everything was closed up in Minneapolis. He said, I ain't on Reverend Al's diet. I want some food. So we had some light moments. I want to also say, give honor to Reverend Dr. Remus Wright and Reverend Mia Wright. For opening the doors of this church and putting their arms around Sabrina and her family at this hour. They know this is going to be controversial in some circles, yet they opened the doors anyway, not knowing what would happen, not knowing how people would behave. And as I spoke with him on the phone and he welcomed his family, I think we are giving them a lot of we should not take them for granted. And I think that they are deserving of a lot of honor. He's a man and she's a woman of courage. We have too many holy punks in the pulpit. Y'all do know I'm Al Sharpton. I'm going to say what I got to say. So give a hand to our pastor, Remus Wright, and Sister Mia Wright. I also want to, and I'm going to get into my eulogy so we can stay on time, but I must recognize Attorney Ben Crump. I call him Black America's Attorney General, probably because we don't feel we have one. Ben Crump has fought and stood for many cases, and he has with him a legal team, I'm sure that'll be acknowledged, that are here, Brother Stewart, Lee Merritt, and them. We should not take for granted when black lawyers take these cases like Crump has. They are targeted by their bar associations. They're targeted by people that are envious and jealous. We need civil rights lawyers that are there for civil rights, not for civil settlements. And that's why I give him recognition. I must also recognize several families are here that came at great sacrifice, but they wanted to be here to be part of this because they understand the pain better than anyone because they've gone through the pain. And I think that we should recognize the mother of Trayvon Martin. Will you stand? The mother of Eric Garner. Will you stand? The sister of Botham Jean, will you stand? The family of Pamela Turner right here in Houston, will you stand? The father of Michael Brown from Ferguson, Missouri, will you stand? The father of Ahmaud Arbery, will you stand? All of these families came to stand with this family because they know better than anyone else the pain they will suffer from the loss that they have gone through. I also want to thank all of those that helped to make this as easy as they could for the family. Certainly we thank again those in the financial and entertainment world that immediately jumped up and said to the family that they wanted to help and make sure that they didn't have to worry about expense. Tyler Perry and Robert Smith and champion Floyd Mayweather. And others that have come, it means a lot because it shows the world the weight of this. Brother Jamie Foxx is with us today. Stand up, Jamie. Al B. Shore is in the house today. So let me get into my message. I got Terrell Owens, everybody's sending me notes. Want you to turn briefly to the book of Ephesians, 6th chapter. Ephesians, 6th chapter, because I think that we need to understand what we're dealing with here. Ephesians 6 chapter, it tells the story of why I think we need to really look at the situation differently. Because it talks about, in Paul's letter to the Ephesians, okay, I'm catching up with myself. It says in his letter to the Ephesians, he says, finally be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers and authorities, against the powers of the darkness, against spiritual forces of wickedness in high places. Therefore, put on the full armor of God, so when the day of evil comes, ye may be able to withstand your ground. May God add a blessing to the reading of his word. we are not fighting some disconnected incidents. We are fighting an institutional, systemic problem that has been allowed to permeate since we were brought to these shores. And we are fighting wickedness in high places. When you can put your knee on a man's neck and hold it there 8 minutes and 46 seconds, that's not even normal to a civilian, less known to a police officer. Try when you go home to put your knee down on something and hold it there that long. You got to be full of a lot of venom, full of something that really motivates you to press down your weight that long and not give out. And to think that you're certified by the state to carry a badge and a gun and you got all of that in you means that we have permitted people to become officers of the law that ought to be somewhere else in society. Imagine you pressing down on something 8 minutes that's telling you I can't breathe, that's begging for their life, and you keep pressing. What kind of mentality is that? So how do we screen who police officers are? And how do we get to this place over and over again? They told Eric Garner, put him in a chokehold. He said, I can't breathe. Those 3 cops walked, no prosecution. Until the law is upheld and people know they will go to jail, they're going to keep doing it because they're protected by wickedness in high places. How do you prevent crime in the hood? You scare others by saying if you do that, you're going to jail. Well, how are you going to scare a bad cop if bad cops don't go to jail? How are you going to tell them that your fate is going to be bad if you go on the other side of the line when everybody else got away with it? Who taught these cops that they can do this to George was those that let the cops before this get away with this. And when they have the highest level of government that excuses it, when some kids wrongly start violence, that this family don't condone, and none of us do. The president talks about bringing in the military, but he not said one word about 8 minutes and 46 seconds of police murder of George Floyd. Oh, he said the family has my sympathy and all of this. He didn't give those on other situations their sympathy. He challenged China on human rights. Well, what about the human right of George Floyd? The signals that we're sending is that if you are in law enforcement, that the law doesn't apply to you. And I'm telling you that the law ought to especially apply to you, because you're giving special powers that others don't have. We don't have a badge representing the state. We don't have a gun we're carrying. We have not gone through training. We should expect more from you. And if you break the law, you ought to be expected to pay an even higher price, because you know better and you swore not to do that. So yeah, it's nice that everybody wants to now study the problem. It's nice big corporations say we're going to throw money to study equal justice. But if we went out here and did that to a young white kid, you wouldn't need no study. You know what to do. And you know what to do now. Same Bible said, do justice. All this family wants is justice. Oh, it's nice to see some people change their mind. The head of the NFL said, yeah, maybe we was wrong. Football players, maybe they did have the right to peacefully protest. Well, don't apologize. Give Colin Kaepernick a job back. Don't come with some empty apology. Take a man's livelihood, strip a man down of his talents, and 4 years later when the whole world is marching, all of a sudden you go and do a FaceTime talking about you sorry. Minimizing the value of our lives. You sorry? Then repay the damage you did to the career you stood down, because when Colin took a knee, he took it for the families in this building, and we don't want an apology, we want him repaired. Equal justice, equal fairness. We're not anti anybody. We are trying to stop people from being anti us. We want the law to apply equally. And you don't need a whole lot of studying about that. Yes, we need new laws. Yes, the Congress has stepped up, the Congressional Black Caucus has come. Yes, we need to close these no-knock laws. Yes, we need to stop where policemen can just say based on what they fought, they can use lethal force. Yes, we need residency requirement. All of what they propose is what we need. But we have enough right now to prosecute policemen that hold somebody down 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Man said to me, I think a lot of people are confused. I was working out. I get them to work out in the mornings. Man said to me, white fella in the place I was working out, said, Reverend Al, I see you on TV and you're always talking about race. I said, yeah. He said, but haven't we come a long way? I said, yeah, but you got to understand how far we have to go. And you got to understand how deep it is. He said, what do you mean? I said, about 8, 9 years ago, newspaper in New York did a background on my family. And they found out, Dr. Wright, that my great-grandfather was a slave in Ellenville, South Carolina. I went down there with the newspaper and other press. And we went to the graveyard, and my great-grandfather was owned by the family of Strom Thurmond, the segregationists. And I went to the white church, the First Baptist Church, and in the graveyard there was the tombstones. And the whole I'd say about a quarter of the cemetery, the tombstones, Ben Crump, was Thurmond's and Sharptons. And I said, well, you mean all of these? They said, wait a minute, the plantation your great-grandfather was about a mile away. They buried the slaves there. They only put pebbles over their graves. So it occurred to me that every time I write my name, sir, that is not my name. That's the name of who owned my great-grandfather. That's how deep race is, that every time I write my name, I'm writing American history of what happened to my people. I can't talk about what my great-grandparents did. They were enslaved, and we're still being treated less than others. And until America comes to terms with what it has done and what it did, we will not be able to heal because you are not recognizing the wound. Floyd could have been anybody. But then the reaction was not anything. Because somewhere I read in the Bible that God said he would pour out his spirit among all flesh. And that's why when I heard them talking about, they never thought they'd see young whites marching like they marching now. All over the world, I've seen grandchildren of slave masters tearing down slave master statue over in England and put it in the river. I'll pour out my spirit among all flesh. I've seen whites walking past curfews saying no Black Lives Matter, no justice, no peace. I'll pour out my spirit among all flesh. You have now lived to where you've sown wickedness, and now you have to reap the wrath of those that don't want to be wicked no more. That a man sows, that shall he also reap. So we come because God in his own way, he always, one of the ministers said it right, God always uses unlikely people to do his will. If George Floyd had been an Ivy League school graduate and one of these ones with a long title, we would have been accused of reacting to his prominence. If he'd been a multimillionaire, they would have said that we were reacting to his wealth. If he had been famous athlete, as he was on the trajectory to be, we would have said we were reacting to his fame. But God took an ordinary brother from the third ward, from the housing projects that nobody thought much about but those that knew him and loved him. He took the rejected stone, the stone that the builder rejected. They rejected him for jobs. They rejected him for positions. They rejected him to play certain teams. God took the rejected stone and made him the cornerstone of a movement that's going to change the whole wide world. I'm glad he wasn't one of these polished bourgeois brothers, because we'd have still thought we was of no value. But George was just George. And now you have to understand, if you father any one of us, it's a value to all of us. Oh, if you would have had any idea that all of us would react, you'd have took your knee off his neck. If you had any idea that everybody, from those in the third ward to those in Hollywood, would show up in Houston and Minneapolis and in Fayetteville, North Carolina, you'd have took your knee off his neck. If you had any idea that preachers, white and black, was going to line up in a pandemic when we told to stay inside, and we come out and march in the streets at the risk of our health, you'd have took your knee off his neck, because you thought his neck didn't mean nothing. But God made his neck to connect his head to his body, and you have no right to put your knee on that neck. Genesis 2 said that God formed man. And Jamie, they say he breathed breath, the breath of life, to make him a live human being, which means that breath comes from God. Breath is how God gives you life. Breath is not some coincidental kind of thing that happens. Breath is a divine decision that God made. Some babies are born stillborn. God decides to blow breath in them. Breath is sanctified. Breath is sacred. You don't have the right to take God's breath out of anybody. You can't put breath in their body. But you don't look at it that way because of your wickedness. Principalities, darkness. You're sitting now trying to figure out how you're going to stop the protest rather than how you're going to stop the brutality. You're calling your cabinet in trying to figure out how it's going to affect your vote rather than how it's going to affect our lives. You're scheming on how you can spin the story rather than you can achieve justice, wickedness in high places. You take rubber bullets and tear gas to clear out peaceful protesters, and then take a Bible and walk in front of a church and use a church as a prop. Wickedness in high places. You ain't been walking across that street when the church didn't have the boards up. You wasn't holding up no Bible when Aubrey was killed in Brunswick, when Taylor was killed in Louisville. Wickedness in high places. But God got some people that'll stand up. Let me tell you this. Jesus told the story that there was a man laying by the side of the road. He'd been robbed and beaten. They said one man came by that was his same race, his fellow brother, and he kept walking. Then another man came by that was steeped and well read in the scriptures, knew every scripture, knew how to quote the book back and forward, but he only quoted the book. He never lived by the book, and he kept walking. But Jesus said a third man came by, and he stopped and looked at the man. He wasn't the same race, wasn't the same religion, but he picked the man up, and he took care of restoring the man to his rightful being. And Jesus called him the Good Samaritan. The problem is too many of you been walking by the Eric Gardners, been walking by the Trayvon Martins, been walking by the Aubreys, been walking by, and now we stopped for George Floyd. And I'm in Houston today because I don't want nobody to call me a passerby. Jamie here because he's not a passerby. All of you are here because we're not passerbys. And we're going to be back in Minneapolis when the trials start. Because you may pack the police union on one side, but the righteous is going to be on the other side of that courtroom. It's time that we reclaim the righteous in this country. Well, Reverend, we don't know if we got the money, we got the political power. Well, we got the vote. And we got something that we had before we had the vote. We had God on our side. That's why when they was even in slavery, they used to have church out in the slave quarters, because they understood that if they called on God, that God would answer prayer. And the same God that brought us from chattel slavery is still on the throne. The same God that brought us from the back of the bus is still on the throne. The same God that brought us from Jim Crow is still on the throne. And if we're right, he'll fight our battle, and we'll put Georgia's name in history where they say that's the one that they shouldn't have touched. That's the neck they shouldn't have been down on. Because if my people called by my name would humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from your wicked way, then you will hear from heaven, I will heal the land. I want to say, we have said we're going to keep marching. We're going to keep protesting. August 28th, we're going to Washington by the tens of thousands. We're going to have a national march on the anniversary of Ivor Dream. Floyd family and the other families going to lead it. But I want to say this before I leave to the Floyd family. Don't ever forget in your darkest hour that be not dismayed. Whatever betide, God will take care of you. I'm in Wright's church, I can preach a little bit. Beneath his wing of love abide, God will take care of you. I was like Floyd, I grew up with daddy gone. Mama had to make it with welfare checks. I used to go and shop with the food stamps. A lot of folks say that, but the way I know, Philonus, if you've been on food stamps, is I ask you what color was your food stamps. Because if you don't know the different colors, you just fronting. But I used to slip the little gray slip so my friends wouldn't know I was on food stamps. But Mama told me something I never forgot. She said, he may not be there when you want him, but he's always on time. The Lord will make a way out of no way. And I can tell you 40 years later, he walks with me. He talks with me. He tells me that I'm his own. He's been food when I was hungry. He's been watered when I was thirsty. He's my rock, my sword and shield, my wheel in the middle of the wheel. He's the lily of the valley, the bright and morning star. He woke me up this morning, started me on my way. Yes, 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 yes. Let me say this. We got to go to the cemetery. Let me say this. I saw Michael Brown Sr. here, and I told him this story. 9/11 happened, Congressman Green, and we were all flustered in New York. They closed down the bridges, closed down the streets, closed the trains. I had to walk all the way to my headquarters of National Action Network. When we got there, there were people everywhere. Cell phones was down, and people came to our headquarters to see if we could tell them what was happening, whether we were out of danger. And for the first time since I was a little boy, I started preaching as Bishop said since I was a little boy, and I always had something to say, but the first time in my life I couldn't find words to say. And Jimmy, I went in my office, Terry Anderson, I was trying to figure out what could I say. And I thought about this old preacher told me this story. He said, Al, I had to preach one Sunday, the early service, and I started reading this novel about 8 o'clock that night. And I got so into it that I couldn't put the novel down. I looked at the clock, it was 10 o'clock. I wanted to go to bed, but I couldn't put the novel down. It was so intriguing. I kept reading. It turned out, looked again, it was 11:30. I said, Lord, I got to get some rest. I got to get up too early. But I couldn't put it down. He said, I kept reading. Finally, it was after midnight. And he said that, Al, I got to tell the truth. I decided then I would cheat. And I turned to the end of the book to find out how the story was going to end. I want you to know on 9/11, 2001, I want the family to know, like I told Michael Brown's family, that afternoon I cheated. I sat in my office and I took my Bible out. And I turned to the end of the book. And I know how this story is going to end. The first will be last. The last will be first. The lion and the lamb is going to lay down together, and God will take care of his children. We got some difficult days ahead, but I know how the story's going to end. There's going to be justice for George Floyd. There's going to be justice for Eric Garner. This story won't end like this. God will never leave us nor forsake us. I've been to the end of the book. Let's fight on. Let's stand together. Let us not leave this family now that this ceremony is over. This is the beginning of the fight. This is not the end of the fight. George, I read on the front page of the New York Times this morning, you said you wanted to touch the world. Well, God had already made you for that. But you didn't touch it in a basketball court or football court. God had something else for you to do. Because all over the world, George, they're marching with your name. You've touched the world in South Africa. You touched the world in England. You've touched every one of the 50 states. Even in a pandemic, people are walking out in the streets, not even following social distancing, because you've touched the world. And as we lay you to rest today, the movement won't rest until we get justice, until we have one standard of justice. Your family is going to miss you, George, but your nation is going to always remember your name, because your neck was one that represented all of us. And how you suffered represented our suffering. So we're going to lay you near your mama now. You called for mama. We're going to lay your body next to hers. But I know mama's already embraced you, George. You fought a good fight. You kept the faith. You finished your course. Go on and get your rest now. Go on and see mama now. We're going to fight on. We gonna fight on. We gonna fight on. We gonna fight on.
Praise the Lord. I wrote this song 20 years ago, and I never thought I'd sing it for a game changer.
I've got so much to
for blessings and so many open doors. A brand new mercy. Along with each new day. That's why I praise you.
And for this,
And for this I give you.
wave your hand if you know you're blessed. Wave your hand if you know you're blessed. Mr. Rucker, everybody.
For waking me up this
That's
morning.
why I praise.
For starting me on my way. For letting me see the sunshine.
That's why I praise. If you're a worshiper, get on your feet. Get on your feet. That's why I praise.
Along with each new day.
That's why I praise.
Lord, that's why I praise you. For this I give you praise. Jehovah Jireh.
That's why I praise.
Lord, you've been my brother.
That's why I praise. Rest in peace,
So
brother.
many times.
That's why I praise.
So many times you rescued me. And I wanna thank you.
That's why I praise.
You give to me each day. That's why I praise. Lord, that's why I praise you. For this I give you.
Has anybody in here ever had to praise God when you were in the valley? With tears in your eyes. Lorraine, take him to the valley.
For every mountain.
Come on, sing it for George. Sing it for George.
You brought me over.
For every trial.
For every trial. Lord, you see me through. For every place, my soul says hallelujah. For this
Take me to the valley.
I give you. I give you praise.
Have you ever had to praise God on the mountaintop? Come on, Lorraine, take me to the mountain. It's for you, family. Every trial. I give you praise.
Beloved, if you will maintain order for just a few more moments, we've come to the termination of this celebration of life, and to God be the glory for the life of George Floyd Jr. Kurt Carr and the singers have just told us that we need to give God praise. The Bible says that let everything that hath breath praise the Lord. So let everything in this room, on behalf of George Floyd that hath breath, praise the Lord even right now. Let's praise God for George's life, for his legacy, and for his memory. As we prepare to leave from this place, there are a few matters of order that must be considered as we prepare to leave. I'm going to ask everyone to please take your seat at this time. Everyone, will you please take your seat at this time? Thank you so very much. As we take our seats now, we're going to terminate this service, allowing the family to leave first. And then, because we must maintain order and get the family to the cemetery in an appropriate amount of time, the ushers are in the aisles and they're going to dismiss each section singularly. We're going to ask that you will stay in your seat until the usher has made it clear that it is time for your section to recess, to leave the sanctuary. I'm going to ask that you will do that, and it has been requested that you will go immediately to your cars so that we can allow everyone to clear off of the campus of the Fountain of Praise as expeditiously as possible. We must maintain order. We must get this done so that the family can get to the cemetery and we can lay this body to the ground as we have celebrated his life in such grand fashion. Thank you, church, for being the church that you have been throughout this time. Thank you, beloved community, for hearing what we have asked of you and responding accordingly. We're going to leave from this place now, and as we do, we again celebrate what God has done by giving to us the life of George Floyd Jr. The Bible says, the Lord giveth, the Lord hath taken away. Now blessed be the name of the Lord. Will you help me bless the Lord as the family stands and prepares to dismiss from this place at this time? Funeral directors, we are following your directions, and all other members of the congregation will remain seated until the ushers have dismissed you. Thank you so very much. Fort Bend has something to present. Oh, please. Fort Bend, will you make your presentation at this time? Fort Bend Funeral Home.
If everyone else would please just remain seated, just the family in this section right here in the center. So we will be decent and in order. We'll ask the family to follow the direction of Fort Bend Funeral Services.
I shall wear a crown. We I shall see his face. I shall see his face. One day I will. When it's all over, I can't wait to get there. When it's all over, I shall wear a crown. Yes, I will. I shall wear. When it's all over, oh, thank you, Jesus. When it's all over, I shall see. One of these days I will see his face. I shall see his face. I can't wait. I can't wait to see his face. When it's all over. One of these days he's gonna come back and get me. When it's all over, I'm gonna put on, thank you, Jesus, and tell the story how I made it over. Yes, I will. I'm gonna put on my robe. One of these old days, how I made it over. I'm gonna put on. One more time and I'm gonna get out of here.
except for the family. If you are exiting the building, we're going to ask that you respectfully exit through the side doors that are here at the front. The family is going through the center aisle. Please do not crowd the family any further. please exit through the side doors here. I don't see nobody moving this way. I need people to move this way. Or I need you to move that way, towards the front. Amen. We'll keep order in place. Amen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Yes, yes. There we go. Yes, and you can come around to the front if you want to catch up with someone there through the lobby. Please exit. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ross Atkins. We've been watching the funeral of George Floyd taking place in his hometown of Houston. As you can see, it's coming to an end. Mr. Floyd died in Minneapolis last month after a white police officer held a knee on his neck for nearly 9 minutes. And as of course you'll know, his death has been a catalyst for anti-racism protests around the world. Well, from the church in Houston, there'll now be a procession towards the cemetery in the Houston Memorial Gardens. Now, no cameras will be able to attend the burial as you would expect, but we will, we think, have pictures of the procession as it leads from this church, which has been listening to a great deal of music and eulogies about George Floyd. Particularly, we heard from the Reverend Al Sharpton, who didn't hold back in his language, saying this mustn't be about empty promises, he said to America. He called on change and he said, we will be here for the long haul. We'll reflect more on what we've heard during George Floyd's funeral in a few minutes' time.